So that gap is increasing.
Sherwin has the VU combination. He would like to split.
Is outfloods
Why
an
did-
option? Do you know?
Aware of that one. He's opted for wide, which is setting up I-weed for next turn. Outfloods would require another row, which
Yeah, and anyway, it's not valid. But yeah, that's another lane that we didn't talk about. I think that's another opening which can actually.
again identifying the threat of I-weed and taking out that lane immediately.
Yeah,
Split flog.
that actually kills the I-weed.
Spot. Yeah. And Udayan on 390 now, and Sherwin still struggling at 255. The gap between the two is like rising quite quickly.
And Dr. Warist is obviously like suggesting that Sherwin has to bingo back to back quickly and then look at what he can do. But looking at the way he's been picking, seems
Looks difficult.
yeah.
At this point, he's opted for Ori, which is his best option, I believe.
I think at this point that if I were Sherwin, I know like Sherwin is much more. He has better vote knowledge, but I would just go for the score, knowing I think it's going to be difficult to win this game, but at least reduce the spread. What is the pool like Radya now?
So there's
Sherwin.
15 outside tiles. Udayan's now on 390. Sherwin's on 282.
Yeah,
And there's the blank.
yeah.
Which Sherwin
He's
would
finally
be delighted to see.
There's 15 unseen tiles. 3
Scrunty is a valid word.
And can anybody look at the time on each of the players? Like what's left?
Fortunately, we don't have access to time. But
Usually, like from what I've seen, is Udayan goes till the last second, or even sometimes like goes overtime. But I think this game, he's picked well and he's played at a fast pace. I'm sure like he has enough time left. He's not been under any kind of time pressure.
I think off late he's managed to play much faster. Over the years, I've seen him play faster. I think initially it used to take much longer, giving himself enough time in the end game.
Have you spotted anything for Sherwin through the A or U of RI?
No, I haven't. I've just seen the 7. He has Scrunty on his rack, which doesn't play.
Is Uncrusty valid? I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah, I was thinking about that in my head, but yeah, I doubt that's valid. Udayan would be looking to shut this board, and yeah, that's what I was considering as well, playing those, shutting out those floaters.
Uncrusty is not a valid word.
It's going to be difficult for Sherwin after that.
So then reaches 400. Sherwin's playable of Scrunty is playable now.
And now that UT lane I was talking about out, something that is also blocked.
Yeah, I'm sure Sherwin was eyeing that spot. He's master of nines. He might consider opening a nine timer lane and hoping come back, but yeah, very unlikely. It's not
And do
going to stay available, I would imagine.
you would like would you just play NYs, or you want to keep that lane open because NY scores decently, or just play something next to those like OY or something and open up another lane?
It's quite nice. There's still the A of Ori for bingos beginning with the A, so I would probably play NY and then hope to draw into a bingo next turn. Yeah, I
Quackle
see the
also
merit of
suggests
playing OY.
Quackle suggests a 44-point play of style, making Shaw, Tate, and yeah.
Oh
That
well,
burns the S, but he still has the blank. He will leave CUNS.
Yeah, star is quite nice. Did not spot that.
yeah, I was looking at Thaw actually. I didn't because I think the brain is tuned in such a way that you don't usually look for an S play. You want to keep the S on the rack for bingos.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there's six tiles in the bag. Um, from Sherwin's perspective, there is a W to come, there is an F to come. There, of course, we won't get into because Udayan has it. But from his perspective, W, F, M, C, which duplicating that would be pretty problematic. Um, G, two O's, and A and two R's.
Wow. Yeah. Sonal just sent a screenshot of the uh, timer actually. So I think Sherman is really low on time here. He had just about a minute left actually on his clock.
Some difficult decisions as well. That's not helped him either.
I think by now he should have like gone beyond. I think because it's been about 2 minutes since she sent that. So going by it, I think he must have already gone overtime.
Sherwin would want to play off as few tiles as possible to prolong the game. I think he's lining up NY.
Or CUNY. CUNY is also candidate play.
Yeah, Tuny will turn over more tiles.
Yeah.
So probably not too much to choose between them.
Yeah.
And Udayan has another probable like, bingo formals, so, but I don't think there's anything open.
I don't think he'll be taking that too much to the heart in the position that he's in.
And what is left in the pool, Radhya?
So in the bag, I can confirm that there is a C, a G, an L. No, sorry, not an L. One O, C G O R W. If I've got that right. Yeah. So one tile I'm missing.
He does opt to play tuning. Wow, he does open up a 9 timer. Should make things interesting.
I'm thinking it's more of a distraction for Udayan actually, right? Because he wants to keep the other two lanes untouched. Yeah, but I think, oh,
It's drawn poorly after that. It's not going to help.
yeah.
That should be game over, I imagine. Up until this point, Sherwin's had a great run of 17 wins, and on day 3, Udayan's had the better of him so far, which makes the tournament even more exciting.
But Hriday, with the a leave like the pool which Aradhya just said was like CGRW and O, right? Like, would you still try playing four tiles actually?
I think it's more of a gamble from Sherwin's standpoint. The amount of words he knows, I'm sure he was hoping to find something obscure. But yeah, it's easier to block from Udayan's standpoint. So you got to try to win, and I think that mindset is what separates the champs from the aspirers. So I don't fault that at all.
Another thing to
Udayan does
consider is
play
that
flaming.
Sherwin has a crazy amount of spread, so he really can afford to lose by a lot here. So, in the event that you're giving him an option of winning the game or losing by a large margin, he would take that bet. I don't think. Yeah, rules.
He's got the right mindset, and the 9 timer was the only way he could have won this game. So uh, you got to try something to conjure up magic when things are not going away.
We maybe are we in a place where Sherwin may get stuck with a C? Perhaps is there? So he has no vowels.
Then can play off few tiles and probably stick with the game. Slim pickings for Sherwin with a rack like that right towards the end.
I think his hope was like, but I think he either ways he would have just end up picking another like a C, hoping the most. I'd say the best from the pool was like a COR something, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. He's opted for SY. Oh,
I
sorry, it's
think CWM.
Yeah, CWM. Yeah, that's right.
Fantastic play. Scores 43.
Yeah. But the M is a blank. Does it still score 43?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Scores 43. The parallels of jaw and weight, uh, and a lot to that.
Should minimize his losing spread. Then planning an out in 2, chooses ors.
Yeah, I think for Udayan, it's a no-brainer that he will score as many points as he can actually. So even if he leaves a couple of tiles on his rack, it's okay. Just go for the best, like highest
Massive
scoring.
win for Uday. He's on 463 to Sherwin's 336. And,
assuming he'll get some points from Sherwin's clock, assuming he's gone overtime.
Yeah, I'm sure he should have gone overtime by now, actually.
Yeah, then plays or and goes out. Massive win in the context of the tournament. Keeps the game open.
Yeah. So before the time additions, if any, the 478 to 348, potentially more for them. But, great win, and definitely makes things interesting at the top of the table with Sherwin having to wait to be Gibsonized now.
I think he'll not want to think of that. He'll just take it one game at a time and just hope to turn it around after two losses today.
So this gives Udayan a total of 14 wins, right?
Yeah, Udayan is on 14 now,
Mm,
and
yeah,
Sherwin's still on 17 wins.
17.
So yeah, we should have a repeat.
So we'll see these people going up again after this round. And,
And who has the latest standings of the A division and the B division?
It's available on the Sai group, Prashant.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm not part of that group, but I was looking at the Sai website. I don't think this is being updated on the Sai website. So,
I think yeah, I'll have to step out. Thanks so much, Prashant and Aradhya, for your time, and I hope to see you all soon.
yeah, thank
thanks
you,
a lot.
and
Bye for now.
Hope
Bye
to
for
see you
now.
on Steam
Bye.
also someday.
See you. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. See you, man.
Aradhya, do you know if others are waiting? Yeah, I can actually leave as well, but I might just want to watch if somebody else wants to commentate. So just find out.
Yeah, I think the floor is open for anyone. I'll be
And
here
how many?
providing
Do you know
quabble quack.
how many people can get in actually? Do you know?
I don't know that. I think there will be someone. Should be
Oh,
someone.
okay. Yeah, so that's fine. If yeah, if people who are interested to join in, if they can join, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Because Sonal just clarified that point that whoever is like, joining this can jump in. So,
Yeah, we're happy to have as many voices as possible.
okay, we have the latest standings. Thanks to Varist, actually, he put it on the group here. So Sherwin is, I think he has twice the spread of Udayan and 4 wins ahead of. I think after this one, it could have come down a little. So that's about still close to twice. Madhav was on 12 wins as of this round. That's round 18, but I don't know what it is after this last one. He played Ishika, and Ishika is 11 wins, followed by Selvin, Rajiv, Kala, and Mangala. And usually, if I've seen like over the years, Pune tournament is quite heavily represented by the Mumbai crowd, but this time, yeah, I don't know, could be for various reasons. I'm not seeing the usual participation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate actually. Um, I would have loved to participate had I not moved back to Haridwar. Um, but
I think the last time I played the Pune tournament. It was maybe what 8 or 9 or even maybe 10 years back at 2013 or 2014, I think.
Wow. Was the participation better then?
Yeah, I'm sure like a lot of folks used to come from Mumbai, right? I know like Nakul was around, but Nakul is I think now somewhere. Look, he's somewhere overseas, right? I think so.
Yeah, I actually incidentally had the pleasure of playing Nakul quite recently. He had come to Bombay.
Oh,
Um,
okay, nice. I
he's,
know.
I think, somewhere in New Zealand or maybe Europe. For some reason, I'm confusing.
I
And
think
then,
must be Switzerland. I think yeah, going by his.
oh, correct. He opened his game against me with Sleezos.
Uh, I know like Rahil used to be around, but now he's also somewhere overseas, right?
Yeah, but he came back for the national championship. He was there for a bit before also. A lot of fun.
I think I know like Varist is around. We should just request him to join this because I know he might have some insightful comments to make. So
Thanks, Prashant.
yeah,
I'm watching and I'm commenting, giving you my comments in the chat. And
yeah. I mean like
while doing that,
people outside of this chat might not see your comments, right? If they're watching it on YouTube or Facebook.
that's
Correct.
okay. I mean, we've got, I think too many cooks would also, during the game, it might be a little distracting. So
That's the yeah. I mean, yeah, it's okay, but you could. I mean, if you think it's too much of a, I don't think it's a problem actually. So we should be
I
able to.
don't think it's a
that's,
problem to hear from Sherwin's coach at some point. And people who have been part of the circuit for so long.
I
Really
was
insightful
very,
information.
I was very intrigued by listening to how the styles of play were being interpreted. So for a fact, I know that Sherwin does like a little more open style, and a play like BIZD I thought would have been more up his alley. Whereas from whatever I have played of Udayan in the past, I haven't played him much recently. It, he tends to play. He tends to think a lot before every move, and he tends to be perhaps a little defensive. So I would have expected him to play BEZ. I would have expected Sherwin to play BAIZ, but that was good because I do think people need to break out of the molds, and that puts your opponent off guard also because you come with certain set conceptions and one shouldn't really have that. You got to play the position.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
exactly. So I was watching the World Cup play. I know it was a TWL dictionary, but the way those folks like open up the boards, I don't know. Like somehow, I think we were always right from the beginning when we started playing games with some seasoned players. I think the way we were taught us, okay, don't open up the board, like play defensively and all that. But I think we've got at least I have got stuck with that mindset. So I just tend to be very defensive actually. But now I know, like with all the new two-letter words and three-letter, like OK and all that. K used to be a blocker back then, but now it's
True.
not. And
True.
so it's
The
definitely
game
not
is
good.
evolving. I would
Yeah,
say the game is evolving, and we need to change our styles also. And I do feel that we shouldn't have like a set pattern. Defend and attack. And I think we have Akshay. We're lucky to have him on our chat panel with us. He is the master of attack and defense at the same time. He will defend, he will attack, and he will still score. And that is the area that we find we are struggling with when we have single pointers or when we have a clunky rack. How to open the game without giving too much away to our opponent and yet scoring enough so that your opponent doesn't run away with the game. I've always felt Akshay is one of the masters of that. So, Akshay, are you still with us here on this chat? Well, he comes. He will be joining us on this panel later. We'll definitely ask him about his views on this. and styles of play.
Yeah, I think this is more for the. I know like there's a lot to learn from all of you folks, and also there are a lot of people listening to this. So, and I think it's a good sign that we are signing in like new players. At least in Bangalore, the crowd has grown a lot in the last few years, and so it's definitely insightful for those folks actually. So
Definitely. The, the thought processes behind each move. I think those are the things that people should gain from this, even from the chat show. That we, even if we don't always find the bingo play, like we saw Udayan missing Hebraeus, but he played moves that kept the game going and kept the momentum. And when he had the chance to score with a bingo that he was more sure of, he ensured that he did that, took full advantage, and closed out the game very beautifully. I mean, beautifully done, masterful. Once he got the lead, how he maintained it, kept squeezing Sherwin. Sherwin, with his clunky tires, had to try and open up, had to expand the game into areas or parts of the board which had not been exposed till then. So he had to keep trying and opening up, and that every time he took a 15-20 point play, Udayan would take a 30-40 point play on the same spot and sort of just keep growing on that. And at the end of the day, he won by a huge margin, almost two bingo spreads.
right. And I think if I get a chance to talk to them, maybe like one of you who actually is closer to him should find out like why he hesitated to play Hebraeus. Was it like he I know like he lined it up on his rack and then he didn't go for it. So
Similarly, I think for Sherwin, between toxin and texting, that was one of the debates that we were also going through on the chat panel, whether toxin was a better play and whether he could have kept ET blank and been able to. It could have changed the future of the. I mean, it could have changed the game definitely.
yeah,
But
but
I don't
between
think it was wrong play choosing to play the blank and the bingo and changing seven tiles and getting seven new ones. It's just perhaps not the right pick at the right time.
yeah. And but I think with Udayan's choice, he didn't have a blank or anything. The only play the bingo was like Hebraeus, but I don't was it could just be the doubt in his mind if it is valid or not that could have decided like what he
I
wanted.
agree with that, and that's another thing to take away from this. If
Yeah.
you are playing a tournament and if you're not 100% sure of your words, you don't need to play them. You can still win without playing them. If
Yes.
Hebraeus was a phony, he would have exposed his rack and he would have got 0 points and lost the momentum. Instead, he kept the momentum with words he was sure of. And I think that's the takeaway from this game. That
Exactly.
even though we are quackling, we are checking the word list, we know exactly all the words that are present. But when you're sitting in the hot seat, if you are even having 1% doubt, it's okay to step back and not play it. To play a phony and to get it challenged off means you're giving your opponent an immediate advantage of at least 20 to 30 points. And Sherwin lost by 1 point the previous game. So 20, 30 points is a big advantage to give at this level.
You made a very nice point. I think that's something we all have to actually keep in mind.
I think he did spot it. He had lined it up on his rack, and as you
I think
correctly
that
pointed.
was a clue to us at the commentary that okay, I know this word, but I'm not going to take a punt on it. I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to play safe. I mean, that was just to let the commentators know that yes, I've spotted it. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not playing.
Yes, exactly. I think exactly. He wasn't 100% sure. Otherwise, I think there's no reason for him to not play it actually. So,
And that's really nice. It's you cannot be 100% sure of all the words all the time unless you're Akshay or Sherwin or someone who studies these words continuously.
yeah,
Okay, there are times when your word knowledge will ebb and flow, and at times during the game, you may not be confident about your words suddenly. Sometimes I have doubts about even three-letter words when I'm playing, and suddenly I have to go back into my, and be really sure. Am I really sure? Is it there?
Definitely.
I mean, I'm sure it happens to all of the best of us. You just have to make sure that when you come to play a tourney, you're on the best, whatever you can. I think they're ready to start the next game, so
Yeah.
I'll stop
I
talking. I'll
No, I
give
think,
it to.
Oh, please.
Doctor, please,
We are
please
happy to have
stay
you.
on. Varist, I think I would choose, like, I would prefer for you to stay around actually, if that's possible.
Okay, I'll hang around for this game. Thank you.
Like, I don't know who's going first. I think it may be. Um,
I think last time Udayan went first, so this should be Sherwin's. Yeah, you
alright.
can see Sherwin.
And I think another point that I would want you to talk about is changing, right? Yeah, sometime during this game when there's like when the players are thinking, maybe we'll bring it up. Actually, I know, like, we are a little hesitant about changing tiles when our rack is really bad.
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry. It's Udayan to
Sorry.
start.
Oh, okay. Oh, do we have the list now? What's happened on the other tables?
Which other team?
Maybe Sonal, if he can actually put it in the
Yeah, I
group.
think the list has been put out in the other groups.
Okay. So Aradhya, if you have it, can you share it on this commentators group?
So
Yeah,
Ishika has beaten Madhav, I think.
Okay, so she
So
moves.
they're playing each other. Selvin is playing Rajiv, and Mangala is playing Sunny. Kala playing Prithviraj. These are the top five tables. Okay, I think this game is ready to start. So let's put our attention to this. Udayan has a three-game deficit, and Udayan to start. I'm going to, yeah, he's taking his stance.
I think I was talking about changing tiles. So yeah,
We have a situation where Udayan has drawn C, and the rest of the tiles are not too bad. The Q, sorry.
and yeah, if there's like no option for me to play, so look,
So there are five-letter plays that are possible, and
yeah,
now the
and
debate is whether one should play the five-letter play and keep the Q.
yes,
And
and
Aradhya, big shout out to you for all the work that you're doing on Quackle. Thank you.
thank you. Um, Happy to do it. Honestly, love watching these games. I learn a lot. How these
Trust
guys.
me, you'll benefit a lot from that.
yes,
So, if Udayan is to change, what would you keep? What would you throw here? Um,
I'm a big fan of the C, but here I might even change everything. Just keep the A or the AN.
yeah. I think yeah, when you're changing on your first or second moves, when you know that the blanks aren't, yeah, even if your opponent has picked a blank or an S, maybe you still have the chance of picking something. And I know, like, as Orest was just mentioning that, yeah, he can play a five. Okay, I think that's what he's doing actually. So
Yeah. So he's choosing to take the score and no.
Campo.
that, I think campion is a word, right? Yeah.
Campion company. There were a lot more options, but I mean, since possibilities if you had drawn tiles other than the cube.
Yes.
Campo comes down.
But have you tried changing like just the queue? Would you do that?
Not in this circumstances.
Okay.
With CAMPON, no. I mean, I would have still kept CAN and changed three tiles. QOMP. But again, I shouldn't be talking. My last game with Udayan ended in 6 moves as we exchanged and somehow couldn't come to a conclusion that he
Oh,
wanted to play a game of Scrabble.
Yeah, this is one of those historic, the negative score games, right?
I should keep my comments on exchanging to myself, I think, at this stage.
okay. He can at least play QOPH maybe next.
I could
And I know like
somehow,
Sherwin.
Basically, Sherwin has a double double here.
yeah,
I mean, Sherwin is going to give him a floater. You possibly.
anything that plays the G off,
Yeah,
So
there is unbag
I think he's
available
playing
for a lot
tunable.
less.
He's looking at tunable, right?
right? Tunable as a double double
Yeah.
is so worth.
Unbag available as the next best option, but very little compared to
So
tunable.
the value of unbag is the leave ELT, whereas tunable gets rid of more tires, scores more. Obviously, it'll be much higher in Quackle. It'll be valued much higher, and it should be. It's the best player in the situation.
Sherwin on 36 now.
Yeah.
As- and then has a few more options now with his queue.
Then 28. I think off QFH,
Ah,
QAPH stands out as probably the best play.
and a leave of NIED. I think definitely.
So
There
it's a
is
nice
a
little,
there
yeah.
is a very interesting large overlapping play which scores best but keeps the queue.
That's probably uses UH.
What are you
Yes,
talking?
Yeah, as
the plays
something like
yeah,
hemoid.
exactly. Hemorrhoid scores 48 but keeps QN.
Doctor should spot it first, actually. So
Well, medical words don't come to me straight away, especially when I'm playing Scrabble. But yeah, I would agree with Koff. The queue is too clunky to keep for too long. So
and NIED is definitely very synergistic. So
definitely. What does Sherwin have? BAGOSST.
yeah,
The
Sherwin on 36, Udan on 51.
right? Is that right? Is it
yeah, ABGOSST. So
snot bag? No, not playable.
is there an 8?
I thought snot bag is it? Oh, it's not rag, is it?
Stone rag on snot rag also. Okay.
It's a B, right?
B, yeah.
Post bags. The only
Post
word playable there is post
yeah.
bags, which has been blocked by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you think of something like bolts with coughs?
How about Q? Yes. Stab or something like that. That won't make
Yeah.
sense.
I would rather keep the T.
Okay. Okay.
So of the key will anyway be going. Sorry, bolts also gets rid of it. Yeah, stab is another option.
And I think we might want to discuss the point about having two S's on your rack. And yeah, so many of us are hesitant to actually use up one of the S, thinking that okay, I want to keep that. Yeah, and any duplicate, yeah, I think it definitely isn't going to help your.
True, true. Yeah, any duplicate, even if it's an S,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you have to telegraph to your opponent that you've got the S, and he will be able to judge on his own that you've got another power tile at least. But so sometimes that will make him play moves that are not the best moves for him. It will force him to become defensive. I think he has a nice set of tiles. I don't see any playable ones here.
averages, is that what it is? No. Yes, two G's.
Oh no, wait, we should be seeing Uday and it's his turn.
Yeah. So
So he's got ADEIINN. So he's got two sets of duplicates.
would you play Dino? Dino?
Yeah, I would consider that, but I'm left with too many vowels if I play that.
There's also Dinic.
DIN.
Technically,
Yeah, okay, that would perhaps be a better play.
Bindi also. Bindi.
Sorry? Bindi, okay.
Yeah.
So anything that breaks the two I's and two N's combination, because DAINE is a great five tile combo, but anything that gets rid of even HIN might be an option, but it's a little too open, too bold.
I think between the two of these players, I think they must have about what, like 40 plus years of Scrabble experience.
I'm sure they do, and a lot of tournament play games exposure. I think
Yeah,
Udayan has probably played the maximum number of games, tournament games in India overall.
yeah. And I remember seeing Sherwin play when I saw him for the first time. It was in Oman. Actually, I had like in a tournament in Muscat in 2003, I think actually 2003 or 2004. And by then he was already a highly rated child prodigy, I would say.
I had seen him in 2001 when he had come to Bombay for the first international Scrabble tournament as a 8th standard student.
Yeah.
Good times. So now,
Mine was fairly recent. I remember in our first initial conversation, he gave us a very simple formula for remembering three useful files of Honda, Fonda, Zonda, which ensures that I'll never forget those words.
so then taking his time, this is a crucial stage of the game. Scores are, I think, almost equal or will be equal after he plays his turn. So can we have an update on the scores, please?
Yeah, the scores are, I think Shravan's on 64
Ah,
and Udan's on 51.
64. So I don't see. So he's lining up India. I don't know where he'll be looking at it. Perhaps
I think the only place I see is like it's about the tunable of like the
tunable.
key.
That is a little too
That's like
bold.
very volatile, right? So
Very bold. But well, maybe he wants to shake things up.
His highest scoring play is actually Idoy, making key, high, and OD.
Yeah, that is,
Yeah,
yeah, that makes sense. But
but
he's left with two ends.
two ends. Yeah, so he may not prefer that. There he goes again. So now this is definitely very bold.
Yeah.
Do you think there is a thought in Shervin's mind that Udayan has both the blanks?
He would have bingoed if he had it. Why would he play India? No, the thought in his mind is that he's probably got duplicates and he's playing bold just to offset him. If he had two blanks or even another blank or an S with this,
Yeah,
you would be more interested in playing QIN off or something like that, or Kadi, Ked, keep the game open and hope for bingo.
is like
So
VAGI a decent option for Sherwin now?
that's always, yeah, that's what he's lining up to. It's a good option. Firstly, he will be going through his set and quickly going through the fact that he doesn't have anything.
I think Udayan has drawn Ganoin. Yeah.
Yes. So
Another
whether he
option seems best is, yeah, which he's playing is
can,
Ganoin.
yeah, that's nice. So this is where Sherwin is scoring and blocking off the nine timer lane at least. So even if Udayan does have a power tile or a bingo, he's ensuring that he scores well.
And
And Udayan
So
does.
he's kept
so
himself with no vowels. He's hoping to pick up one at least. Yes, he has one. So now does Udayan have a place to play his
No,
bingo
not
now?
sure.
He didn't have even before this.
Chauvin now on 98 and Udayan on 67.
So just to let people know, tunable does not take an S. So there is no extension on this side that is possible.
And we were talking about like duplicate tiles. So yeah, if Udayan hadn't opted to use up one of his ends, yeah, if he
He
had played it elsewhere, he would have been left with like three ends now. So
Right. If he had played Oidia, he would have been Idoi. Sorry. Yeah, he would have definitely been in a little more trouble.
Yeah.
So now, what does he do?
can he go somewhere like through the B and H and M80? Like okay, that
Let's not look. And he also has to get rid of one of the ends. So, given that restraint, I don't think there's anything much he can do. I don't think there is barring, bohing. No, I don't think there's
yeah,
anything.
there's nothing. Yeah,
So he has to break up the two ends and probably, in my mind, play off the G as well. Now, I know a lot of people sit on the ing. I am not a big fan of ing and it tends to restrict the thinking. I would break that up if I could. Working backwards, I would keep maybe ANE or INE and see if we can get rid of more tiles.
Ironically, a play of bingo would not be too bad instead of playing his actual bingo.
Yes, it does serve the purpose of a good lead. ANE is a great lead. It doesn't score enough and probably is a little too open. Oh,
and you don't want to give like yeah, that's going to open up the triple lane as well, and also put the O right beneath the.
true. Again, he's not been averse to playing like that. Maybe something
Would you try A and I? Is that something? No.
A and I. Where would you want to play that?
Like I mean, with the QI and
Why?
yeah,
So keeping Geo any.
yeah, but then something that ends with an I on gone. I don't see
So
anything
not,
like.
yeah, that doesn't seem to fit there.
Uh,
This is a spot that Udayan's going to take his time because this will determine how soon he can get a bingo on his rack. And
He's trying to play Ingo.
what QO?
I was shocked. I mean, I had no words when I saw him place it. And suddenly, I mean, thank God he's taken it back. If he just wanted to show Sherwin that I have these four tiles, that's okay. But
And also in a difficult spot.
so he's following the same logic. He wants to get rid of INGO. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just he just showed it out. Now maybe he could do something like
What do you think of
HOING.
NAOI? Isn't NAOI a good option? No.
Again, keeping the G doesn't help. I would rather get rid of the G. So
Okay.
to me, I would rather play something like Hongi or Hoing
I
to
think there
the
is
H.
something NGAOI, NG,
Yeah, Ingaio,
yeah,
NGAIO. So
YO, right?
NGAI is also valid.
Okay,
That might be an option there. That perhaps is the best play there. NGAI.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah,
yeah,
That perhaps is the best option. It starts from H3, I think.
correct.
So there you go. So now he's choosing to keep the ING. Let's see if he gets rewarded for that.
Only 12
Point,
points.
yeah, a point to remember is that he is sticking to the E. All the moves that he has thought of involve keeping the E with him.
yep. I think the most valuable vowel actually. So,
Exactly. And that's to highlight the value of that in your league.
okay, very cool.
Interestingly, Bona also does not take an S. So,
Not to be outdone, Sherwin also wants to open up some more. And he has seen that he has another G.
And getting a nine timer with a G, like two Gs. Is
So again, a lot of people would say conventional wisdom would be to save a vowel, the only vowel you have, and to maybe play just Jag for slightly less points and keep the I. It might have proved useful in this sense. Can't see Udayan's rack. I think it's FE, right?
yeah, yeah. He has
there's
a
actually
finger and
five.
an finger and an eye actually. So,
So I don't see any obvious sevens or eights playable.
There aren't any. Um, that seems to suggest that most of the
Sorry.
options are most of his options are very low scoring. One option is playing off IF, making J, and
Yeah.
if
Yeah. So that is a decent option because defensively it makes a nine timer response difficult. Again, one of the things that I see newbies doing is a
oh,
knee-jerk reaction.
he's trying griefing, which isn't good. So I already had that in mind. So, oh,
Well, let us see how. Oh yes, so Sherwin has
challenge,
immediately
yeah.
challenged. So that may prove costly for them in the long run.
Would you have played GIF like GIF?
Yes, anything that plays IF off,
Yeah,
keep
with Jack.
RINGE, and so one of the reasons that if was played is because probably it scored more than GIF, and it achieves the same result.
Yeah, Jag and GIF. I would have played that. I think so.
Oh, you mean across? Okay. So I think considering that he has RINGE as a leave if he plays if, I think the quality of that leave might have been enough to offset this play. Now, Sherwin is again vowel or rather consonant heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah. Order. For
and
28, that takes Sherwin up to 157. And Udayan's at 78. 9 still.
then
A
I think
nice example of Sherwin getting rid of his duplicates. Two Ds.
is IGG is like something that you would consider.
I think he needs to get rid of the F as soon as possible now. And are the scores accurate, Aradhya?
Yeah, the scores are accurate. The scores are accurate.
79 to 157.
Yeah, so
So
Udayan's
Sherwin is already in a bingo lead without having done much. I think GIF above GAT or with making GAT in GIF or even just FIG in that area. But that exposes the I to the triple. That again may not be very. I think he's getting deeper and deeper into this.
worth noting that in the top triple there's an A hook available now after the playoff over.
Oh, yes.
I think this is going to be one of those games where Udayan is going to run deep on his clock. So
See, Sherwin is getting deeper into trouble with his vowels. He's not drawing vowels, and at some point, he's going to have to either exchange. Have
having seen Udayan's rack after his phony, right? The last
right.
would you? Yeah, I thought like Sherwin had a good chance of changing.
He could have done that, but he wanted to score, and I think scoring for him is crucial to get that lead. He's got a bingo lead without trying, so to speak.
Correct.
Without a bingo, he's got a bingo lead. So he didn't want to lose that opportunity. But he's not been rewarded with good picks. Last time also, I thought Jig was a little bold.
12 goes down. Ace 4.
Very quickly comes down. So,
I would
and
I
this
would
time he is not burning an S.
think I would just play GOWD with the Ganov opening. What do you think of that?
Oh yes, that is an option. Let's see, but it leaves him with vowel heavy. I'm sure he'll figure out something different, maybe a gog on the other side, but he needs to get rid of a lot of tiles. Yeah, he can't sit on this.
But would you keep the W actually instead of a
No,
G?
I wouldn't actually. No,
Yeah.
that's what. So I'm not. I mean, I would even think maybe weaving,
Oh, avowing, you can play avowing actually, but
allowing. Do you want to open a nine-timer lane?
yeah. No, avowing is. Oh,
Allowing doesn't. Sorry, my
yeah.
bad. Yeah. So Avowing, I think, is probably. I think that's what he's going to play. Otherwise, okay, he's playing Avow only.
and opens up the double double. So
I
He's
think
playing Avowing, which yes, I think it's. He's going in for a total cleanse, get rid of as many tiles as possible, and start fresh.
and Aradhya, if
yeah.
you can please remind us of the scores.
Yeah. So Udan now on 120, Shervin's on 165, and Shervin has a bingo on his rack, which I'm not sure plays. Or is
I think it
Yeah,
plays above the avowing now.
place below, yeah, and also below.
Yeah, correct. I think you would go for the
Below is
below because it's a
probably, yeah.
double word. So, and I think
He's
it's definitely going to be the two blanks still unseen. He didn't see it, I'm thinking actually, is it?
holding back.
Ratu scores quite a bit. I think that
Sorry.
and RATU Ratu above making Ajar.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's what he was looking at. Yeah, yeah, that is what he was immediately looking at.
And I think he would be wary of like the tile turnover that Udayan just had. So, or and I don't know, like, what do you think?
I,
He didn't
I,
see the bingo.
I think he is trying to figure out if he has a bingo or not, and that is what he is figuring out now. I'm sure he's working it out that okay, maybe I've seen this combination and there's something in it. As you said last game, there's a eureka moment when it clicks and you realize, oh yes. So when he's
Yes.
shuffling his tiles, he is trying to search for that bingo. And sometimes you get an intuition, you get a feeling when you've seen a set.
Yeah.
There you go.
He sees it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
placed.
yeah, yeah. He's placed it on his rack, but he's still not sure about it. So he's moving it around, and he decides not to play it. Uh, okay,
Ratu
that's
scoring
fine.
37.
Oh well, that's nice.
It's not the biggest loss.
37, right?
37, yes. It scores 37.
47.
No, no,
Forty-
37.
Yeah, 30.
47.
So he goes up to 200 too. Again, a bingo lead is what he maintains.
Azure is coming down now.
So then trying to play fast, break his duplicates. He's kept a good leave of OKE.
Wow.
Was there any other play perhaps?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
there
mean,
was Uzo available.
Sorry?
Uzo, Ouzo, which would have gone on the
OUZ.
top.
Okay. Okay.
yeah, but Azure is like a definite
What does Sherwin have?
miss something.
Yes,
I can't see his tab. PDMPI.
MIN.
Misspend. He has
Oh,
semi-peds
two.
actually.
Missped, right? Thing.
Yeah, misspend actually, and then he there's nothing with the seven actually. So
Oh, okay.
the eights are like he has misspend and semi-peds, semi-peds or semi-peds.
Semi-peds is playable.
Yeah, with the E that Udayan just. And the other
And
one is like Dimpsies. Yeah, I didn't know that word Dimpsies with an I. So
He sees it.
yeah, so
Who he
semi-peds
played.
comes down, and I can bet you. that Sherwin will remember this and he will not remember Orist. Because unusual 8 letter, 9 letter words, he's a master. He'll remember them. Oh. And Orist is a little too
Vowel heavy.
single pointer, vowel heavy, basic rack. So you would have probably thought maybe I'm imagining it.
Yeah,
Sunny
But
Pets gets
this,
challenged as well.
yeah, well, I
that's
would
true.
challenge. And that's another thing I would, tell people who are watching this who are newbies. When in doubt, check it out. It doesn't mind giving the 5 points extra. But don't assume that because you're playing people who should be knowing their words, that they will always play valid words. And Sherwin has shown throughout the tournament that he does occasionally phony.
Yeah,
This, I think, puts him way ahead now, almost double
yeah.
the
He's
score.
on 295 now.
Yeah, for some reason I thought like Azure was a impulse play or something like that. So
But then a little too quick. Sherwin's score literally breaks on the screen.
295 is what he scored, right?
Yeah, 295 is what he's on.
With the challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, with the challenge.
and he also picked up the blank.
Yeah. So I, unless Udayan can pull out something from the bag, I think this game should be going one way.
Yes.
Should be interesting. Let's see what Udayan can come up with. And this game, I'm sure Udayan has taken more time than Sherwin. He's had clunkier acts so far. So I see a play putting the K above the D and Kadi for 42.
Yeah.
You will be left with the Y.
No option unless is there a parallel play that you can think of. Going down, I see a top, but don't see it. I don't see
Taiko
any.
is available.
Sorry?
Taiko is available.
See, I think this is the highest scoring play that he could have got
Yeah, and now I think
and
he's got to
saving
keep
time.
scoring, and also
Score and save time also.
and that's a hot spot actually. So you got to anyway take care of it.
True.
Another option here was Noyade, Noyade.
YADE. Oh, yeah.
That would have been the same score, but would have gotten rid of the Y instead of the K.
Yeah.
Lined up Wo, yeah, for 25.
Yeah. And he keeps himself with CUS
E and blank.
and blank. Oh, yeah. That's great. So if you can't get rid of the U, at least get rid of the W. By playing fast, he's keeping more pressure on Udayan.
Seclude. You can see seclude from the orders.
Orders, yes. That sure Sherwin will be searching for eights and searching for unusual plays. Maybe a nine from Liu G coming down, but you never know.
Sherwin on 320 now, and Udayan's on 190. As beautiful.
Fouet, Fouet comes down. It's a great play, good scores. So now Udayan upping his game.
And what do you think? Like, okay, the phony that he made, I think, might be really detrimental in this case.
Absolutely, absolutely. At this level, you give your opponent an inch, and that's it.
He'll
We are
take
seeing the
two
effect
yards
of it.
from.
Although he has picked up the blank,
Yeah, but he's had like Too many vowels on his
Too
rack
many
now.
vowels at this stage. But he should be bingoing soon. Sorry.
But he still has the Y on his rack, right? So
Then on 220.
Udayan is on 220 and Sherwin,
Sherman's
320.
on 220. Yeah.
oh, 320, 100
The
points.
bingo should come down. Seclude, I think he's lined it up.
Secure is first, yeah.
No reason not to play it unless he's thinking of a more defensive option where the C comes a little lower and blocks off the parallel bingo. But I don't think he can find anything.
The other option is the American spelling of schedule.
Okay.
Yeah. But that scores lesser.
Yeah,
Defense
he
score.
would go for score, definitely. That's
Yeah, just to
7 up.
clarify for people listening, yes, schedule is good without the H. So
now he's 173 points ahead.
Sherman looking to seal up this tournament, I think, with this win.
oh, is that going to give him the what is it
I'm
called,
not
Gibsonization?
Mm,
right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, there's supposed to be 7 games, right, today, and this one is the fourth game or the third game.
This is the third game of the day.
Okay, yeah,
Always
I
like
think he
that.
may need to win one more to be sure. But I can't see his rack completely.
yeah. I think he has AAEET blank Y.
Walks for I. There's a wonderful overlapping play of JS available in that spot, starting with the G and KY, AE, and ST. Slightly more.
Yeah, that would block off too many lanes. So his options are to keep the K, the A, the I, the lanes open for potential bingos. And it is quite likely that Sherwin will play and block. Yes, he will play and block that as much as he can. Sherwin scoring big. 45 for this.
Yeah, 45 points. Yes.
And expending as many tiles as possible so that Udayan has fewer tiles and cannot bingo twice.
Is he challenging that?
Yeah,
Okay, I know like the bingo TE and an IES, like that was one of the first few bingos that I learned. And I was thinking like, and I think it's a kind of a shoe or something, but this tenny could be a 10 pounder or something like that.
it could be. Let us see. So the Scrabble dictionary will tell us the meaning. Collins' official Scrabble
Yeah,
dictionary puts it
correct.
at it's a tawny color.
Oh,
It's same as TENNE, which is also valid, I suppose. It's a color.
oh yeah, tennies actually. Yeah, it says orange brown.
Can we have an idea what's the pool like? How many tiles unseen from Udayan's perspective? Oh, the bag's out. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sherwin has
Only
5 tiles. I think this game is done and dusted.
yeah.
and is it like 190 to 443?
No,
Not
it's
190.
242 to Sherwin and 231 to the.
So it's almost like 200 plus points spread. I think that the grieving play is something Udayan will be grieving about.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly. He's making that word laxity.
Laxley. Yeah.
Or laxly. Okay. Yeah, but he's seen what Sherwin is holding, and
Doesn't matter. The spread doesn't matter.
yeah,
But I think Uday needs to be a little careful with people catching up with him if he loses.
correct. Yeah, and I
He's
think
2 points.
he
He's
must
two
have,
points clear of the next person.
and he might be low on time. I'm thinking actually. I don't know.
Yes. So I think Laxity might have been a better player.
Yeah,
So that was another example of how the game went the other way. Last time we
exactly.
saw Udayan get into a lead and keep the game tight and Sherwin struggling to open up. And here it was the opposite. Udayan gave made a one
One
false
foot.
step,
Yeah,
one phony, and the whole game just sped away from him from there onwards.
I would call it an unforced error actually. So,
Absolutely, absolutely unforced, and I think the whole tournament is slipped out of his hands from that moment. With two games back to back wins against Sherwin, he
yes.
had great momentum coming up to that point. And it's not that he was behind at that stage.
Yeah,
So
and
even if he had a slight doubt that griefing wasn't good, he should have held back, could have held back. If he had, this game might have been different.
sometimes, like I think once you make a fatal error in between, the strategy goes for a toss. Actually, that's what we noticed.
True. And you feel it yourself. The top
Yeah,
players don't like making mistakes. They pride themselves on not making mistakes. And once a mistake comes down and everyone sees their mistake, it hurts. It pinches them. I can tell you, they'll be cursing himself for. I mean, he'll be cursing himself for a long time. He had the momentum. He had the chance.
and has somebody else caught up with him, or is he still going to play?
He was two ahead of them, so nobody could catch up with him this round. Ishika and Madhav on 12. He's on 14, so he remains on 14. They'll move up to 13, but I think Sherwin is four ahead and 100 points ahead. I think, and four games to play, so he may have to play Udayan once more.
Yeah, and I think if Sherwin wins the next one, maybe I think that should do it for him. I think.
Even if it's a narrow loss, I think
Yeah, with the think what's the rule with just the spread? Actually, is it more than a
I'm
thousand
not
points?
sure. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think for even for a single game, I think it was about like 1,000 points. That's what I heard actually.
Then there's no way they'll Gibsonize
Yeah,
him.
correct.
Not until he's
Yeah,
totally
two games.
out of it. So
Yeah,
one more win for
yes.
Sherwin. So I think this again we saw Udayan playing true to form, trying to open up with India, and just I think griefing from that time onwards, everything went backwards from him. Maybe NGAI, as we were discussing at that stage, could have been a better play when he played Bona. So having a bingo on your rack and not being able to play it is one of the most depressing things that you can have in Scrabble. And from there to bounce back, to start thinking of it, okay, it's not Ganoin, it's just seven tiles that I have to manipulate to get the best out of it. I think mentally you just have to tune out of that and get out of it.
Yeah, and
Unfortunately, at that stage itself, I think perhaps Bona was not really optimal.
yeah, and I was looking at when I didn't get a chance to bring it up, but there was a play for it. Like he could have played NAOI along with QI. I don't know, like yeah, that
Yes,
we didn't
yes.
discuss that actually. So
So those who play, but he would have kept ENG, and See, Bona keeping IENG was not a bad option. Unfortunately, it didn't fall into his place, and then he tried griefing after that. So, any other opening somewhere else might have worked out to his advantage.
And I think, as you mentioned earlier, the tendency for most of us, like even the players who have just started, like ing, we
Yes.
seem to know so many words ending with ing, and we think, okay, I'm going to definitely bingo the next move or in like two moves from now. But sometimes keeping the ing is definitely going to backfire. Most times, actually. So
I, I mean, I know Udayan is not going to be affected by the ING as such, but I think Bona was not that bad a play again. But if he had thought of NGAI, I think he would have gone for that. So
yeah,
it's just a question of that. It's an unusual four-letter word. It doesn't strike you always, but that perhaps could have been a difference. Again, we have no way of knowing what he would have picked up, and we can't really judge that. But according to Quackle and according to the simulations that we do, that might
Yeah.
have been a turning point. But griefing definitely was the turning point, and sorry, and yeah, I think that was it. Um, I think I'm going to take your leave now. I'm going to mute myself. It was great fun, Prashant. Thank
yeah.
you. Thanks,
Thank
Aradhya.
you.
Thanks, guys, for having me here. I'll stay on the chat.
Thanks.
Thanks, doctor.
Thanks.
They just check. I don't know if there are others like Sanjoy or somebody who might want to join.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a little late for you also, right? Okay, so Sanjoy is joining in for the next game.
Yeah, I'll stay around as like I know it's like it's around 2:30 a.m. here. Yeah, but Scrabble is something like we all love. So sleep can take
Wow.
second place.
Great, great. No, dedication is remarkable. Right, there's a tea break now, so we can I'll break off and come back in a bit.
Sanjay, are you here?
Hello.
Hey, this is Prashant. Has Sanjay joined?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Aradhya, if you have the full standings, can you put it on the the group WhatsApp?
I don't have the full standings.
Oh, okay. I thought like if you were part of the Sai group, you would have got it. I thought. Sorry. Yeah, I think Varish has just posted it. Thank you. Okay, Sherwin is on 18 wins with a spread of 2,568 and Udayan with 14,099. So 21, 22, 23, and 24. Four more games to go.
I just want to do an audio check.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, there's an echo. Yeah, I guess echoes because I had the YouTube open also.
Yeah. If
Can't have
you
both.
so, but now going by the
So, so
standings,
we don't get to see the YouTube chat.
uh, yeah. If someone else joins, like wants to join, I don't know who's G actually. Is that Mahesh? Yeah, I can hang around like for one more game and then I will have to leave. Yeah,
Okay, so this game is a Sherwin Udayan repeat, obviously, right?
yeah.
And is someone doing Quackle? Aradhya
I'm
was
doing.
doing, right?
Yeah,
And I'm is Aradhya, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is Sanjay, right?
I'm Sanjoy. Yeah. Hi.
Hi. So if you actually go to the comment side, you'll be able to see the YouTube comments here. I think Alan has been pretty active there. I'm sorry for.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, we can actually get everyone's comments in.
I mean, I was just looking at the standings right now. If Sherwin has a four-game lead with a spread difference of around 1,500 points, what are the chances that even if Udayan wins all the four games, right, he would still be? I mean, it's yeah. It's just that you have to make sure that that's not going to happen. So there's at least one more game before they decide to
Yeah.
Gibsonize. Sure.
No, actually, technically, you could have done a Gibsonization based on the NASPA rules as long as you'd announced it in advance. That
Okay.
Gibsonization based on spread. We had that situation in Capgemini or iGate once. I forget the exact numbers, but it's like 400 spread for 1 game, 800 for two, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Yeah, this one is almost like close to 400 per game, but of course, I think it definitely makes sense to just play out one more game before you decide. So,
Yeah. And also, it can't be done now without it having been announced ahead of time.
okay, Sherwin is going to start this. Sherwin goes first.
Okay.
So, any points that you want to share, Sanjoy, from the last game before they start?
Well, the last game was a very interesting game. Very unfortunate for them to make that error, which of course has been talked of at great length. But I think one point of keeping the momentum going, that was probably one important point that Varish made. That even if you miss your bingo, you make a intermediate play with a good score of 28, 30 plus points, and then you can still stay in the game. Especially at this, just fishing for bingos is not the only solution. You've got to get those bingos when you can, but you've got to get those intermediate turns to score, as strongly as possible. And if not, then as you had a discussion on change, change is a very, very valid option. Although my personal comment, you had a lot of, I think Varish was leaning towards a change in the camp on Q rack, uh, which I thought Campo was the optimal play. Q to me is not a clunky tile, uh, especially at the beginning of the game when there are four U's, so many eyes out for you to get rid of it as the time may come. And I find Q even as a bingo friendly tile, if you have the U, is quite high.
It's really interesting. I've actually never heard anyone say that Q is not a clunky tile. Um, but in the beginning of the game, I guess the logic would be that there is still a lot of places to get rid of it if you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. At the beginning the board is open. Of course, at the end you can get stuck with. So you don't want a sticky queue. But I've often held on to a queue for as many as 3 turns, and then maybe have changed, or especially if you're getting scoring plays. So if I recall, there was that hemoid play,
Yes.
right? The
Yeah.
option was hemoid versus cough.
Yes.
And I would actually have gone for that Hemoid play because it was 43 points, I think.
Yeah.
Um, and the board is still open. It was like maybe the fourth turn or third turn in the game. Uh,
I
so
think at that point, maybe it's just that you were just focused on the queue and how to get rid of it. You wouldn't. He might not even have looked at other possibilities. Actually, that's what I'm thinking. Actually,
no, that's the whole point, right? That you are focused on the queue and
yeah,
uh, wanting to get rid of it.
yeah. That's like the point I want to make here is, yeah, we will have to like evaluate every single option that's out there before making a decision to play. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, the game is starting. Hi to Zion Gaming. That sounds like it fun.
Alan
Yes,
finds out.
Alan. I think right. But for even if Hemoid wasn't spotted, Homie was probably quite an easy 5 letter to spot.
yes.
Well said, Irfan. Okay, so Sherwin starts and his rack is ACE, 3 O's and a T.
I think this is a good content, like for a change.
Th-
Actually,
Yeah, I mean, I would not think even twice about changing, and no point giving floater vowels in the first turn. Uh, 3 O's going is perfect.
And he does change 3 O's.
So, okay, what do we have here?
We have vexed with GR.
Vexed.
I think yeah, Vex WXED is, or would you just play Grex or Grew?
So Vex scores 40 Grex would be 24. I think it's pretty big on sacrifice.
I would go for Vexed. That early advantage with a 40-point play.
I think where he gives a floater for Sherwin with Vexed actually, but of course, yeah, you can't think too much. Perfecta
Yeah, yeah.
is an 8.
8, 9, 7, 18, 19, 38 points, right?
He's going to give a double double for Perfecta now. So, or in fact, Prefect also is good. Praefect.
Can't see the rank. What's the rank?
Yeah,
Prefect. Very nice. Don't know this word.
it's a little imperfect though, not perfect. So,
So 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 10, 11, 14, 15, 60, 110. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah. So, and 115, I think, because it's been challenged.
Or 115.
the other word was Perfecta with the same rack, like, and it end. Of course, I think that would also be a double double. So,
So, we have Sherwin taking the early lead in this game, 115 to 40.
Prefect was perfecto. Okay, what's the rank? AGRTUW.
So question for both of you: amongst all the two tile sets that are really problematic for Iraq, where would WU rank?
For me, it's the least friendly set of two tiles I've ever had and will ever and keep on. I seem to attract them. They're like married when they get into the bag and they come to me.
the
Okay,
O's
so
don't seem to leave Sherwin actually.
so would you? Uh, so you want to separate the WU, I think, and yeah, Alan agrees. WAG parallel to the E of Vext, or GAU above the P of prefect.
I think WAG makes better sense in terms of like you also open up a lane.
Yeah, well, there are enough lanes, so but the score difference is probably the reason why
Yeah,
WAG would, yeah, because it's 8, 9, 13, 14, 16, 17, 25 versus 2, 3, 4,
and I would
12.
rather play to the right of Vext actually. Okay, but he decided to.
He's played exactly that.
Okay, he heard me.
And he heard you.
Yeah. No,
All right, so what is the decision-making process here behind this?
yeah, I
I
want
think
to.
you look at the risk factors of what's the hook on that WE double letter score versus double letter score EW.
And not only that, like the lanes with the R lane from Prefect also is going to be available if I have to bingo through it or something, right? So with this, it just
Yeah, it's either the R lane or the EC lane. So what's this point here? 8, 9, 13, 14, 16, 25, right?
Yeah,
Taking
yeah,
the total
25.
taking the total to 63.
65, 65.
okay.
It's
That's
on
good.
40 points.
65.
He's picked up.
U comes down.
Yeah, either ways, I think Sherwin would have had a play. If he had played to the right, he would have played you, Oda, and so
U for 28, taking him up to 143. Um, and 3 Punit is the 7 on Ren's rack. Um, he also has an interesting 8 available.
Sherwin seems to be like smitten with the O actually. So
What is Sherwin's rank? Can someone read it out?
he has AOOOSTY, three O's, one A, and S.
So those three O's came back.
Yeah, he got them back and he just played YOU and then he picked another O actually again.
He's having really a bad tournament. Very bad, unlucky picks.
Yeah, inputter is what I saw actually. I think that's the 8. So I think he should see it with the T of him prefect. So
Yeah, I think he does.
That's 72 points.
74. Um,
74.
yeah, 74. Makes him go up to 139. So right back in the game. And that will be challenged. So puts him in the lead. And it can get confusing, right? With these ER ending words, especially things which involve computers. I'm always confused whether it's
Mm,
OR or ER at the end. Um,
and Sanjay, would you
yeah,
would
yeah.
you like
Like investor.
yes.
it's a difficult pill for like Sherwin to swallow now actually. Like what would you like do now? Actually? Would you want to play OOTS or something like that with prefects parallel to inputter?
Yeah, I probably would do that, I think.
That way you are making it a little difficult for a 9 timer, but also scoring and then getting rid of some.
Yeah. And the important thing is you're getting rid of your two O's.
Yes.
You would hesitate to use your valuable S, but at this stage, with the opponent having just bingoed, the S and three S's still in the bag, two blanks still in the bag. Uh, there's no great value. It's not a tile to just cling on to. Is my point. But does Oot take an S?
Yeah. Okay. He did it in a different way. Like he said, okay, if you open one lane, I'm going to open another one for myself. So
Right.
This is a common approach players
yes.
have. But Oots would have been better because Oots would have scored 4, 5, 8, 16, about 36 points. Momentum is always critical. Defensive momentum is even better.
Then on 144 now. And still a very close game. Chad points out knives, which seems like it would solve all of Oden's problems.
Yeah, I think knives is a no-brainer.
Yeah. I mean, it takes care of the triple triple on this side. It scores. He gets rid of like the duplicates on his rack.
There it comes. 139, 183. 183 then goes to.
Yep, 183
There are
for
7 8s with Sherwin's rack, but unfortunately, none of them play on this board.
What are the 7 8s that you can see? Few of them.
Yeah, the one a couple of which I spotted was like aerobots and the bar stool, but then you also have toolbars,
Hmm.
rowboats, you have foot bars and botargos, tarbush, Tarbosh.
Tarbos.
Yeah, I think that's a variant of Tarbush, tarbush.
Yeah. So, is there any play with getting the B on the double letter to the O of Toyo
I think he should just play maybe
other than boots?
abort, or
a bot would keep the double O's.
no, he's gonna have one more actually. Oh yeah, abort would keep double O. Sorry, yeah,
So
robot.
boor or boot keeping the ART or ARS or AST, or maybe use the S and get the B on the double. What's the difference in points? 9 points difference. In general, my rule of the thumb is use an S if it's giving you 10 extra points.
Yeah,
Akshay is suggesting oboe because of the leave of ARST. That's actually the most optional, I'm sure. Yeah.
yeah. I think Obo is a good play, considering he'll be left with orate.
Irfan's suggestion of boo over P, um, I think that leaving that O for the opponent to use is
What is the play?
very dangerous. No, it's playing the boo over to getting
Oh,
two O's out and leaving ARST.
Quackle seems to be agreeing that Obo is playing BO, uh, not a bad option.
yeah, but
Interesting
BO.
that Sherwin is taking so long over this turn because it is a critical turn. The temptation to go for a few more points, 10 more points, a longer word, and breaking the juiciness of an STAR lead.
No, I think he might
That's
also be
probably what
making
he's doing.
sure that he's not missing any eights. I don't know.
Possibly, yeah.
All right, Obo does come down.
think he's going to just, yeah. Would you play?
Sherwin goes to 173.
Yeah, Sean goes to 173, draws into roasted.
You think like G's is something you would play with the oboe, the O of oboe? I know like the other plays like maybe ZD with Wage or
So G6 or E hook.
yeah, now
Uh,
yes, correct.
so
Yeah,
that's yeah. So it's not really a very useful tile to play. But he's got G's in a nicer place.
yeah.
40 points. 223.
Best.
Yeah, anyway, Sherwin has a bingo, so
So definitely has a bingo. So what are the options? There's roasted and variations of that under WAG. Are there any other places to play his
yeah,
bingo?
the oboe, the O of oboe also like doters and torsade and troads.
Daughters Dorset, yeah. So the difference between those two lines of play would be that all those vertical plays down from the O will create many more bingo lines, whereas a play under WAG would give much fewer floaters. And what he needs to look at is if he can hook under both WAG and U. So what are the seven options?
Yeah.
Torsade, roasted,
Trolls.
troades, daughters. Yes, he's got it. Daughters fits.
Lotus is his best uh, option in terms of points. There wasn't 8 available though with the P. Um,
Spotted,
no,
that's not good.
Pastor
Bastard.
would have scored 3 fewer points. Pretty simple.
How many points for this?
So that's 75 points and makes the score 248 to Sherwin and 223 for Udan. Udan's got a pretty nice track. Seems to get very close.
Sherwin has a couple of eights, but so it's 240. What was the score, Aradhya? Two,
So it was 248 to Sherwin and 223 to Dan.
yeah, 248. Sherwin, if he has a floating A, he has alluring and lingular.
Yeah, but it's Udayan's turn now, right?
Yeah,
So Udayan has there's no seven in this.
and
It's
there are
Unite,
several eights actually. Unchaste, chant, I think notches, Nautches.
so nothing playable because his only floaters are DOA.
Yeah, right. Nothing plays actually.
Okay, so what is a good? And he's not really trading. With his turn, he will catch up.
You know,
What does he want to? He probably would like to lose the H and the U.
yeah, UH. How's UH like beneath daughters like OU and
OU and AH, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good aggressive play. The other option is to play AH parallel to inputters PU.
Yeah, you between the U and A, it's and I know like invariably when you end up like playing the U, you end up picking the Q next. So
Thanks, Lockdown Studio, for checking on us. Spotted.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Q is still out, so it's not bad to hold on to the U.
yeah,
Could also play Haunteds for 0, but there's no chance of them
Haunteds?
doing Haunteds for 0, but no chance of them doing that. It's not valid.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so he's done. Oh,
All those stuff.
I think this gives him a good score and an excellent leave, and
Yeah. Scores very close now. Sherwin on 248, Udayan on 245. So,
Asthenia is what I can see.
so Sherwood has GILLNRU. There's no bingo in this track.
Yeah, I think he's lined up alluring without the A. So
But yeah, so maybe luring under UH is a tile turnover play. That's exactly what he's doing. I know lure takes an A in front. Does luring take an A in front? Probably not, right?
no,
Okay. How much for luring?
so that's
All use
26.
all use are now exhausted.
Yes, no
So
more use.
so 274 to Sherwin.
274.
Odean has a nice rack.
yeah,
Asthenia rack.
there are I think 5 8s with the track, or rather 6. So ethanol with an A actually.
Ethanol,
Yeah,
like menthol.
carnates.
Thanages also.
Yeah, Thanajas and pheasant with PHEASANT.
So he has very few places to play. Japan has been pointed out by Akshay. That's a
Yeah, that's a nice play.
good use of board heavies to score and not only looking at your own rack. Important to keep your vision open with the opportunities on the board as well as on your rack. Japan saves
Would
the
you
E. As of
would
now,
you
we're down to 5 E's left in the bag.
would you also consider a AH or NAH below the luring?
Udayan's on
And
246. Look at the score updated, perhaps.
245, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, NH. So what is this point difference? 10, 8, 9, 12. Japan is 28 points and 25. Japan leaves HEST and Na leaves SATEN. For 3 points difference, I would go for Na.
Yeah, for some reason I think keeping the H might not be easy for like bingoing next.
Yeah.
If a bingo starting with H, there is the oboe place still available.
Yeah, I think AH again, yes.
Just AH, not NAH. Yeah.
Yeah, because if Sherwin makes use of the triple, he's going to open up the triple. So
This 22 points again.
22 points again. Yeah. That's 267.
okay, I think he's picked well this time. So Tony's.
So there's a whole lot of eyes in the bag, which are going to suddenly create some very clunky racks for someone. 7 eyes in the bag. Only 2 gone.
He created an opening for Tony's with playing the OR.
Yeah.
Was there another place for Atonis? I didn't see, but Astonid was there with the D of daughters. So
As Tony does it, yeah. How much for Dotard?
Yeah, Dotard for 21, and that brings him up to 295. Astonid is still best. Um, 72.
Unseen tiles, including player rack tiles, are 18 vowels.
Yeah.
yeah, Sherwin has picked up
And
the
18,
Q.
and 18 consonants plus 2 blanks.
Sherwin has picked up the Q, but at least he's got the options, a few options, like Kibla and all those plays. Niqab. I think it's good for like if Udayan ends up
So
playing Atonis, the
they,
Niqab is going to get blocked. If not, like, yeah, he has.
so interestingly, Udayan is taking time over an obvious Sateen rack. Right? I think that's a lesson there.
Yeah, maybe he must
That
be.
you don't jump to the first bingo that you see.
Yes.
You look for the options and then you choose the best and most strategic one.
Yeah, he has seen both.
Just play Attorney.
That actually blocks Sherwin's Niqab play. So
He's got Kins.
yeah, but uh,
Okay. How much were Tony's?
Attorney's was 69, so he's on 336 now. And
336. So if Sherwin was to play Kins on that line, he's pretty sure that the opponent will be able to
yeah,
play an eye under it with the number of eyes unseen.
oh wait, Attorney's has not been committed. So
yeah,
interesting. Someone in the chat points out that Estonia, if only this country name was acceptable. It is not.
yeah. There are other country names that are acceptable, but not this one.
Japan and India.
I mean, the ones that are played here. No, there are others like
There
Cyprus.
are others.
Cyprus is one. I think
French, well, not a country name,
we
but
have
French
Morocco.
is.
Morocco is French.
Many city names:
Yeah,
Cochin,
Delhi.
Madras.
Madras, Bangalore.
Yeah, Bangalore is the obvious one now. I think you have Colorado is also valid, I think, if I remember.
Niqabs. Still.
Texas.
So his rank is Niqab and LS, is it?
Wow, as you suggested, look at Udayan's rack now.
Oh my God. This is.
Yeah, it was waiting to happen. But of course, in this case of a bingo, you can't hold back. But if you have other options, you pay shorter words, so you have less chance of picking up
I think
multiple
he
eyes.
has. I think he has to play IT now, actually. So just to close that lane out.
Oh man.
What would you do actually? Like, would you leave it open?
No, I think he could because these are all the eyes. Interestingly, there's no
Okay.
eyes left in the bag after this.
Yeah, but they're
So,
two blanks. Yeah.
yeah.
Sherwin goes to 328 with his 33-point play.
I think.
Yeah. There's no more eyes in the bag. All the eyes are below them.
Okay, he did change, and yeah, of course. A nine that I could spot with Sherwin's rack is like flammable, but of course not playing on this boards.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a perfect pick for Udayan.
Perfect pick. So, so I'm sure you'd be able to fit something in ITE word under
Yes.
Kins.
Set line is good, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
set line is good.
Set line Lysante. That's
I
Okay,
think
so what
set.
does Sherwin do in a situation like this? He's seen the change. He probably knows that all those eyes have been chucked back.
Yes.
He's vowel short.
I think he might play something like FAB or something like that just to score.
Yeah,
Or I don't know. Yeah, if I don't know what his thought process would be, thinking okay if the blanks are still in the bag or
yeah, it fun seems to have a big lag.
I just see the time. Sherwin has 11 minutes and Udayan 6 minutes. Are the scores updated, Aradhya?
Yeah,
yeah. Those are updated.
I'm actually doing a tracking score sheet.
Ah, yeah. I was wondering like when you were repeatedly asking for the score. So
So just to see the unseen tiles because that's so critical. Okay, so what's Sherwin's play, Prashant?
yeah, I
I
was
think
like
he should try to save that
he changed.
A. One possibility is Aboma.
Yeah, but
He's
then
changed.
I think
yeah,
he's
How many
changed
did he change?
changed all.
He changed all. That means he didn't look at the unseen tiles.
what is it? Penlight.
Penlight.
Yeah.
Penlight.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually lucky that he didn't pick up more than one eye actually. So, but anyway, there are a ton of other vowels, so he's picked two eyes. Okay.
And a whole lot of ease.
Yeah. I think he did. I think this must Penlight. Has he committed to that or still thinking? What is happening there?
Irfan, where was Flam playing?
About daughters.
MOUR?
I'm not. I don't know. Like, yeah, I was just no. That MOUR is not valid though. So
Yeah, that's not. There's some interruption.
Sherwin actually, in fact, as you would say, like had a better rack, and now it got even
For
worse.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, he should have played.
I think
Penlight being challenged.
No,
not.
no, no.
There's some kind of a
There's,
discussion
there's
going
someone.
on.
There's somebody on the side of the table. How many tiles in bag? Someone's asking. Aradhya, can you?
So eight, 8 tiles in the bag, 15 unseen. This is from Sherwin's perspective. So
So
Okay.
how much does Penlight score?
Penlight scored. Penlight scored 84, brings Udayan up to 420.
So the confusion is with the timer. I think accidentally it got reset.
Oh,
Yeah, but I know Sonal had just sent a screenshot of the time on their clocks a few minutes back. Maybe she can give that as a reference point and start from there if they both agree.
so Sherwin is now a bingo 100 points nearly behind with a terrible rack. All the blanks have gone,
And playing
and
Erie
he
might.
needed this win to seal his victory in the tournament.
Wow, and I'm just surprised. Okay, yeah, Udayan's rack is not really, I wouldn't say bad at this time, considering like what's left in the bag. Oh, but he did pick up the two of the three eyes, I think.
He's picked up the last
So
S.
so Sherwin has enough. There are enough tiles in the bag for Sherwin to exchange. If he
But
does exchange, Udayan will block the D line. So
would you
then
would you
there would be nowhere to bingo, which means that Sherwin ideally has to create a new line.
but would you play Erie now? Are there any E's in the bag left, or everything's gone?
These are the last E's. So
Oh,
There are three unseen E's, right?
yeah. Okay.
uh, all three of
No?
them are Sherwin's rack.
Sherwin
All three
played
on his rack, yeah.
Yeah, the
Sherwin
last
played
three.
VOE and keeping the EEIIR.
Where did he play?
He played with the V of knives.
Okay. Yeah, so he's gone for as much score as possible. He should have done V double E, right? V double E would have been better.
Yeah. I think at this point he pretty much knows it's like impossible, like next to impossible, like to bingo.
So he, Udain just needs a blocking player to block the D line, right? Phil, Sherwin moves to 350. I fail. Okay.
This brings Udan up to 436 and 350 for Sherwin. And there's two tiles in the bag now.
Was this a 26-point play?
Sorry? So Sherwin's on 350.
Okay.
Most values. And brief comes down. This is throwing the towel from Sherwin.
Yeah, agree, Irfan. Exchange was not an option at that stage. Arindam, the danger of the if play was that it takes an S front hook.
And he's lined up Malwa with that, maybe considering parallel to brief. So after this, I think Sherwin still has two, three more chances, but the pressure would mount up, right, with every
I
every
don't
loss.
think so for him actually, right? So he's pretty much won the tourney. It's just that he has to make sure that he doesn't lose badly.
I think his spread is ample. He just has to manage the wins.
Yeah. I mean, even if he
But
loses,
but Udayan is really like knocking at the door. Yeah, even though
even if he loses all the games, he will still win. That's what I'm thinking.
He plays laugh.
454.
460, I think. 460. So P80 for Sherwin.
United will play mice. No, it's 24 rounds, Akshay.
So someone is saying it's 25
Is it 25?
because I think it's Irfan who's commenting 25.
Oh, all right. And for Clan, here.
Okay, so it's only 24, so not 25. We've got a confirmation.
Sherwin up to 404 and Udayan to 460. Comes down. Uh, Decisive victory by Udayan 488 to 404. Unless there is a challenge involved here. Sure. Okay, it's not victims. Establish scores correctly. 484 to 404. Um, yeah, another decisive victory for them. And should have an exciting few rounds left. After
So this Udayan 15 wins, right?
I don't think either player made any controversial plays this game. Sherwin really had the poorer racks for sure, with those three overs coming to haunt him twice.
And when you
And he
look
was
at,
he was vowel short right through actually when he wasn't vowel heavy.
you would think like after he had a playoff prefect for like 100 plus and leading by 7, like you would have expected him to pick at least one of those blank, which never happened, and then it just
Probably the only debatable play was the exchange when he had the slam rack.
correct. Yeah, I think I would still say he might not have had a chance to win the game, but he would have like scored, and because I think what he picked after changing was really not helpful at all. So
Yeah. Where was Flam playing, by the way? It
I know
wasn't playing, I thought. But even an F, a far play or an Aboma play, would have changed things.
I think are they going to break for lunch now? Right, most probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I am going to take leave now, and I think we, yeah, you thinking like we know the outcome of this tournament. So, but yeah, at least Udayan is keeping it interesting. He might at least be able to tie the number of games.
Yeah.
That would be very, very hypothetically.
Yes.
Hypothetically.
But from a 5 game lead that Sherman had yesterday, this is really turning into like keeping the tournament going right till the last game.
Correct. And if the last game's result was in Udayan's favor, if it had gone in Udayan's favor, I think it would have made it even more interesting.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Sanjoy, and thanks,
Hey,
Aradhya.
thanks, Prashant. Thanks
Yeah.
for staying up so late.
Good
No
night.
worries.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. So I think these people will be playing again now. Um,
So I got something here for you. What do you got? I want to hear your opinion on something. Okay. If not a reaction of sorts. Say a reaction video? A reaction video. Okay. So here's the premise. Here's Bugs Day. Okay. Yeah. All right.
So as you can see, viewers, we have a change of scene finally. A new match. Sherwin Udayan being replaced by Ishika and Madhav.
Ishika and Madhav. I think they're competing for either the second or second or third, depending on where Udayan
Yeah,
finishes.
we're not sure what the standings are right now, so it will be second or third. Do you know who's starting?
We'll find out soon enough.
It's not yet published.
Sunil, where are you currently? Oh, this one gave me. Oh,
Hi, Sanjoy, can you hear me?
No, Aradhya, I can hear you, but
Hi,
I don't
Arjun.
think I, I have sure. Oh, Shravan might come for commentary after lunch. Right, we have Madhavan there. For second place contest. As an update to some of the viewers who may not know, Sherwin has been Gibsonized, and yeah, congratulations to
Yeah,
Sherwin.
great. Congratulations to Sherwin. Great performance to be Gibsonized with 3 games to go. Udayan could have theoretically caught up in terms of wins, but there's also the question of spread, and Sherwin was far ahead. So I think the rules allow for the Gibsonization to take place. I think there was a difference of more than 1,000 points in terms of spread. So well done to Sherwin.
Well done to Sherwin.
But lots to play for here in terms of runner-up, and should be a great game.
Madhav and Udayan, both top-rated players. Um, some of the very best in India, capable of beating anyone on their day.
For sure. Madhav's also probably the fastest player, fastest expert player in India, so should be fun to
But
watch.
Akshay, Madhav's style has changed a lot in the last 1 year. As in, he's slowed down. You'll see, he will not finish this game in 3 to 4 minutes, which is what he used to do.
And it seems from what we've seen in the last few games that Udayan's probably sped up his own game, so
Udayan had to
he's
speed
not
up
under
because he's gone overtime so many times in the tournament.
exactly.
Looks like Udayan will go first.
Yeah, Udayan's going first. We can't see the racks of either player, right?
Yeah, I don't think Udayan has placed anything on his rack yet.
Oh, so
It's
Udayan
a
has
blind.
a bingo the first move.
Cringing.
Gracing for sure.
Cruising.
I think that's C.
CGG INR blind. Yeah.
Racing and Grising available.
Perfect start for Udayan.
So we don't know what the blank is yet.
Yeah, could be an I, could be an A. Either way, it's 74 points.
Madhav has some nice styles too. He could, yeah, I was thinking of jigged if he's lined up on his rack. He also has the option of grind for a double double 36, keeping the J. But maybe jig or jigged are preferable options.
Jigged for 34. Um, goes down.
Udayan seems to have another bingo here through the N.
Untimely.
Yeah, or minutely.
Crazy opening.
Okay, we have confirmation that the blank is an A, so it was Gracing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Udayan spotted the bingos immediately. He's probably trying to ascertain if there's something better.
It's always very demoralizing to face two back-to-back bingos at the first two turns.
Brings Udayan to 150. Madhav 134.
Is that a Y on Madhav's rack, the first tile?
Yes.
Yeah, Sanjay. So
Yeah, that's
even more demoralizing when you have a bingo of your own that
where
with
your
suited.
senior gets blocked. Yeah, with the new play.
Yeah, Raisiny is good too, but I don't think it plays.
Gracing, yeah, Gracing is good. Gracing will not take an S.
I think one of the things that's really impressed me about Madhav as well, apart from how his game has evolved, is also his temperament. He's very, very cool. He doesn't get flustered.
Yeah, he played a perfectly balancing play, getting rid of the YI.
It brings Madhav to 47.
There are a couple of balancing options available here where Udayan can maybe get rid of a few of those vowels, including two O's, maybe Barolo through the L of minutely.
Oh, Barolo is good with 1R1, yeah. And Boru is good, I believe. Right?
Yes.
Adobo as well. Seems like he's lining that up.
Balu,
Yep.
Balu, Hindi word meaning bear itself.
Again, it seems like whatever he plays, it might block Madhav's bingo. Or maybe not. Airlines will still fit there.
this is the path of speed at work.
There's only one bingo available and spots it right away and plays it. Madhav now on 124, Udayan on 166.
Something like resoak here, Sanjay. Or even SOOK if you want to retain the R.
So looks good. What is the second option?
Sook, keeping AEER.
Bit too vowel heavy, no?
Yeah, which is why I thought resoak makes more sense. Maybe even Karus, KAROOS, keeping double E.
ARE would be a nice leap if we could manage something with this. No play. KOOE. Karus. Yeah, I would go for Karus. Or Karus. No Karus. Karus exposes that O on the triple letter.
Yes,
Sook
the
is.
J has been played, but there's still the threat of a Z or some of the other higher scoring
Yeah,
vowel dialects.
even a four pointer going across is going to be 45 to the opponent, 45 plus.
Another similar option is Arcos, as that will suggest, keeping OE instead of double E.
I think Sook looks a little safer. Okay, gone for Rokes.
Yeah, he's chosen to retain an extra vowel, which okay, not yet.
No, he's realized it's a bad leave after he's seen the rank. Okay, he's gone for chorus.
Yeah, he may have chosen to place the K there as a more defensive option rather than the R.
Mm.
It does take an O, but limits the number of bingos that you can play. Madhav has the X and a bunch of vowels, also the S. So ideally, he'd want to play something like EXO or AX, retaining bingo-friendly tiles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe axe under the M of minutely.
Yeah, that has the advantage of creating another bingo lane for
It creates the
the
Saxe
S.
hook. Yeah.
Udayan at 193 and another 124.
Oh, so you prefer to hold on to the A over the O.
Yeah, he probably has his eye on that column in the top right.
The BA. The BA.
Yeah,
It takes him to 148. Picked up very well.
Udayan's vowel problem hasn't resolved, so
It's kind of got worse.
yeah, he'd lined up Pore earlier. I would have liked to see some way to retain the R, maybe. He's played off both his consonants again. But he's drawn a challenge here, so he should get another 5 points.
Yeah,
Ah,
that will take him to 220. with the challenge. Should be able to do something here.
So Madhav's blank will come in handy because he needs a quick catch up with the bingo difference that he has. Udayan has the lead. Um, can't see the tiles very clearly.
It seems like it's AEEORS blank.
Okay, so that's an A on the right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, the
With the
O
blank
reads
is a
fast.
D. Yeah.
O reads.
Or reeds or areoles would both accomplish the same thing. Aerobes as well.
Anything with the P. Not worth it with the P.
One thing holding him back would be the fact that he's placing a blank on the double letter square there. Be something better.
He also has the option of something like rearose over KOR.
Hmm. Oversee. So he took care of the blank issue.
Inevitably ends up scoring lesser. Uh, but yeah,
Oh, because he's not hooked all the way down
Yeah.
yeah.
to OI.
Overseas scoring 69 takes him
Is
to
it committed?
207.
Yeah, it's committed. 217.
217 to 220.
Udayan has a nice play of Haoma here, Haoma, over KOR. That scores 35.
What? Is that an A the first time? So he sorts his rack in alpha order, so it's possible to
Yeah.
guess the unseen tiles. Yeah, Haoma is a nice play there. What are his other options if he doesn't spot this? As Ahi below XO, I see.
Yeah.
There is HA parallel to overseas as well, but that's far too volatile.
Mm.
Y making ENX I for 23 points, and that's 243 for the 217 for Madhav.
Yeah, it seems like Madhav has drawn the Z, so he should have at least a 40-point play here.
What's his seventh tile? Can anyone make that out?
It could be an A, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like an A. It's got a slant.
Yeah, it is an
It
A.
is an A. It is an A.
He's lined up days through the E of airlines.
Yeah, days. Yes.
That's 36 points.
That's 36 points, bringing up to 253. Interestingly, he had Zeta there as an option.
Zera was just giving you slightly more points, but opening the triple line. Far too dangerous
And
to
also
play.
retaining that extra consonant.
And retaining the D. Yeah.
This is a tricky spot for Udayan. Um, Not a lot of great options here on this board.
Yeah, it's really a clunky rack. Not no easy, nowhere to play out the WH with any points. Even the QI play is not scoring at all on the P.
Yeah, one of the options is maybe QI and IO. Could be O of oversea, keeping AHLPW. At least there's some synergy in that league.
Hmm.
But this board is becoming pretty blocked very fast.
QI also plays under Moai. But his highest scoring play is actually also opening up a triple, but it doesn't use the Q.
Could be
Is that
Hall.
halt?
Thor,
Yeah,
Thor.
it's actually halt, making SH, EA, BAL, and T. Yeah, basically halt. Yeah.
Or Halt, okay. Yeah. Madhav
I
looks
actually
like
don't
he's
mind
all sorted for his next
QI
play.
and MI.
Yeah, given the tiles unseen, it's not a very risky play.
Yeah, I think 8. If he plays QI, that's 8 eyes on the board. So there's only one eye unseen. There are also 3 U's unseen, so he doesn't necessarily have to play the Q on this turn. He could potentially play something
Like Holt.
yeah, or even wait underneath Moai, keeping HLQ.
He's going for whale.
I think that triple letter to the O of oversea was a hot spot. Udayan probably wanted to take that out too.
Hmm.
It was one of the few remaining scoring spots on this board. Quite a straightforward choice there for Madhav.
Yeah, just get rid of the V. Block that line. That's 22. Okay.
Udayan could play tequila here for 34 to the A of whale.
Nice spot.
From his point of view, there are still 2 S's and a blank unseen, so turnover plus a 30-point score is great.
Yep.
It also takes out that 8 letter lane to the R of Pore.
But it does give a T floater.
Yeah, that's probably less of a threatening lane given that there are no double word scores there. So any bingo there is pretty much just 60-65 points.
And with the scores at for Udayan, I think it's 298. From Madhav, it's 275. I think Madhav has a bingo.
Again, I can't quite tell what his last style is.
Looks
W.
like an S. What's a W?
Wow, so Sanjay, you were right. That's the perfect floater for Madhav.
Yeah.
It's
It's
waste bin,
waste
is it?
bin.
Waste bin.
No, I'm sure he knows the word. Again, maybe he played a bit too fast here.
Too fast. Just do this. He just wanted to set up for his swab.
against Madhav, almost level at 297 to 298.
I think that's a huge point in the game. We have to see how much it costs Madhav in the context of the game. Again, the shape of the board is not really conducive to a lot of bingos, so waste bin here would have really put Madhav in the driving seat.
So then gets ready to play Fui.
Yeah, the triple. Just wondering whether there's a risk by putting the fee and creating a line.
What do you think? I mean, P is not really the best rotor in that spot.
Yeah, it's not a.
He doesn't do that. He's fat.
It's blocking the swab line.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Madhav has at least an S or a blank from Udayan's point of view.
Chenin isn't good, is it? I think Chenin Blanc.
No, unfortunately.
No. Madhav on 297 and Udan's now on 323. Scores close still.
Yeah, really close, and I think both players will increasingly be a bit cagey about opening up with the blank unseen for both of them. There
Yeah,
aren't really a lot of spots here to open up as
the
well,
board
so
is
it's
pretty
not
much
really
closed. Yeah, it's quite closed. It's
exactly.
going to be a cat and mouse game now. I think holding on to that
Mad-
H for the SH play later in the game is probably is one tactic.
Madhav could play something like HEN over Pore. It opens the triple, but I wouldn't be that concerned.
I was thinking of holding on to the H because of
SH. Yeah.
SH, and this game the vowels are running out, so as soon as the I's are taken care of, oh, yeah, there's just I think just one unseen I and one unseen E. How many tiles in
Yeah,
the
that
bag?
definitely adds another dimension.
There should be 8 tiles in the bag, so this is the last chance for anyone to change. Two U's still to come from Madhav's perspective. We know there's only one in the bag. So you can see Madhav is, I think, checking his tracking.
There's quite a few risks with that hen over Poirier because, as you said, opening the triple and you have a VPF unseen and a lot of T's. He doesn't
Yeah, I
know
just thought that
Udayan
the
is hit.
worst that Udayan could do is a three-letter play.
Yeah, so say it's like a bet or
Yeah,
put kind of play. It's like 4, 5, 6, 18, 19, 24 points. Madhu still needs to score because he is 30 points behind.
yeah. The
25.
other option I was considering was CH and OH, O of over C. It scores 24. You have the S. Um, the only risk is that Udayan has a blank, and then thing goes down from there.
Yeah, it looks a bit risky. Nice to see Madhav take time over this time.
Nice to see Sherwin also in the background watching over proceedings. Right, so Udayan also knows that he holds all the T's uh, in the bag right now. And I think Madhav is
Oh,
getting ready to play.
Madhav is going for that.
Yeah, Madhuv's taking the points now.
Taking it up front. Yeah, because this play requires a fairly long vowel ending comeback. 35 points?
Yeah, that's 35 points. That gives Madhav a slender lead of to 332 to 323. Now Fui does come down.
Oh, Fui came back. That's why he didn't play it, I think. He had two Fs at that stage.
Neither player has drawn the blank, so the blank's still in the bag.
The blanks are out, I think. Yeah.
Blacks are out.
Oh, blanks are out. My bad.
Yeah.
First turn and oversea.
Yes.
So now there's two in the bag. I don't know what Madhav has as his last tile.
It looked like an M to me. It could be an M.
Could be another end.
No, the M's have been played too. Again, with two in the bag here, you want to be able to play as many tiles as possible to give yourself a chance to go out in as few moves as possible. Because Madhav is bound to empty the bag regardless of what he plays.
That's a very critical observation on the end game play to plan for a longer play so that you go out into, you know, your opponent is going to be consonant heavy, a lot of T's. Of course, the C and V are very clunky tiles to be stuck with. You can get stuck with them. So first option objective would be to get those off your rack as fast as possible. So is there a face?
Yeah, it'd be useful if you could see what Madhav's 7th tile was.
Yeah.
Also, maybe Aradhya, if you could tell us what's still in the bag or what's unseen.
Again, that depends on
Oh yeah, what Madhav has.
what the other has. But from his
Okay, it's an L.
perspective, it's an L.
So he has CILNNUV.
It doesn't change much. So from all right, okay, he's played Vayne.
No, he's taken it back. Maybe just VAR.
From his perspective, rodents plus two T's is in the bag.
Okay, so OS is in the bag then.
Yeah.
So his worry would be Strode or an EN play, which is why he's opting to play there. It's committed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Vayne has been committed, which takes him to 348. Madhav's Udayan's on 350.
Wow, this is a really close end game. Should be really interesting. Then will want to go out in 2 or at least score enough points to negate anything that Madhav could play.
What if he does trot? No, it doesn't have a threat. Threat is not good.
He has a few out in 2 options, maybe something like dent or tent underneath van, and then several plays through the O of OC. But we haven't factored in for what Madhav might play in response.
Does Madhav play on the top right of the board with the N there?
He has clones.
Clowns. Okay, Udayan plays dent for 15.
Udayan also has an out through the O of 4A. So Madhav needs to score enough to overtake Udayan and as well as compensate for the tiles that he'll give him on count back.
Klons gives him 21.
Klons
Williams
is
not
21,
play. And
but
Tot
it's
is
not enough.
8. No, Tot will be blocked if he does Klons. Yes. Trot is
Yeah, if Mother plays
5.
Klons, he goes up by 4. Udayan scores 5 for Trot through the O of Puri and gets 1 or 2
And
points from Mother's Rack.
he gets count back. Okay,
Yeah,
2 points.
4 actually from Mother's Rack. So
Very close.
Udayan seems to have
Not
worked out that he has
yeah,
a win
4.
here. I wonder if Mother could have done something besides Bane. It seemed like it maybe played more tiles in that situation.
Oh, conflict. What about call? That's not enough. 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19. So Dan has got 2 outplays, so Madhav has to
Yeah, Madhav has to score heavily or finish, neither of which seems to be a
Anko.
possibility here.
Not enough. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 16. These are the most challenging and pleasurable moments of Scrabble, the end game. You're really looking, calculating all the options.
Yeah, this is probably more desperation.
Is it desperation? He knows he's losing if he does anything else.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows that Spore is no good.
Yeah, he would have played it a long time ago.
Then plays the lower scoring spot instead of playing through the oversea, but any play is enough for a win here. So well done to them.
Yeah. And then wins 386 to 348.
Yeah, really close game, lots of tough choices. Hinged on a few plays, I think, towards the end of the game. And of course, Madhav missing a bingo, which could potentially have um, given him an advantage. Thanks, everyone. I think there's a lunch break now, and then there'll be a set of commentators taking you through the rest of the games.
Thanks, Akshay.
Thanks, Akshay.
Thanks, Aradhya. Thanks, Sanjoy. See you.
See
See
you.
you later. Okay, I think the stream will close down. Bye all for now. See you after lunch.
See you.
There's a class at Harvard that's so difficult that half the students drop out by the end of the semester. The class is called Math 55 and is known to be the most difficult undergraduate math class in the country. Bill Gates took it, and it's usually filled with former members of international math Olympiad teams. In other words, some of the smartest math
All right, the second last game of the tournament is about to start. It's Udan going off against Ishika. Udan with the first turn. Should be joined with Sam and Sherwin perfectly soon. Meantime, it's just me. Alear. That is an insane first track. We're going to see the move immediately. Garden. Traditional vertical openings. Udan has only been opening vertically this entire tournament. I don't know what the logic behind that is. Definitely throws some people off. Some people think it achieves nothing.
Hi everyone.
Hi,
I, sorry, I can't see who all are on the call right now.
it's me, Aradhya. I assume that's
Yes,
Sam.
yes. Hi Aradhya. Uh, Udayan is always someone who will open vertically only. I don't think so. There's a strategical advantage as such, but I think it's a more psychological advantage which he gains from it. Throws the opponent off. But
Definitely. Can't see Ishika's rack. I think that may be on purpose. Um,
sorry, I'll just reduce my volume a bit. Is the volume better now?
yeah, uh, it's audible to me and clear.
Udayan has picked up. Let's say not really bad, but not really decent tiles as well. He'll take maybe a turn or more to balance better. See, Shervin's in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Is he joining the commentary?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Hey, Shervin.
Hi,
Yes. Congratulations, dude.
thanks. It's a fun tournament.
Yeah. Okay, Ishika had Bitsiest on her rack. Wanted to keep it just for herself.
Maybe we can request her to not cover the tiles then, if she's okay with it.
Yeah. I think someone over there will have to just tell her.
Yeah, I think so.
And
So I will try to do that.
okay. I think then it put her on hold for just 2 seconds just to clarify, and then he's okay with it. So now, good start for both of them. Both of them start with bingos. Easy bingos you're expecting them to play at this stage.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything else that could have gone down for Ishika's rack, right?
Hmm.
Doesn't seem.
So, Shravan, how was the experience of winning another tournament?
It was fun. I think my opponents made more mistakes than I did. I made mistakes, but I capitalized on some of the mistakes my opponents made, so that kind of helped. Yeah, I definitely didn't deserve to win those 17 in a row, so I guess I just got lucky
No.
there. To play here, so it's Udyan's go, I think, right?
Yeah, he's getting rid of his duplicates are a must. Now,
Score updates. Ishika's on 63 and then on 74. About to change with Tawai.
nice.
Tawa is a good player.
Hmm.
Balances the rack perfectly.
Any reason why Await wasn't played?
think because it exposes the A on the double letter, so I think he may have decided the I gives lesser of a scoring opportunity.
It puts Udayan at 90.
So, what is Ishika going to play now? She's setting up clue, I believe, or uh, what is
Do you know
Ishika's
what her
style?
actor?
Sorry, CLW was there. There was an M and V as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Gleaned the rack from the top view. CLOMWOV. Yep.
Hmm. Again, nothing standing out as such in this rack, and no obvious openings for her to use.
Yeah, quite a tough track. No sort of balance. Maybe a wow.
Hmm.
Quackle suggests Omov, one man, one vote.
Oh yeah, of course. That's a better play, definitely. Yeah.
Is it?
Take the
Would you play
points.
with WO? Or would you play with IO? How open would you play the game?
With IO.
IO.
Yeah, definitely. Take the score.
The 1 point difference. Uh,
The thing is, you have nothing going after IO on your own right now. And if the V or that area is utilized properly, it's not guaranteed something back at this stage.
True, but I think it's not a bad play to open the board at this stage.
Nice. That was nice. Keeping CLW.
So Ryan has a nice bingo that can come down.
With 1 second. What's his last style? I can see filery with him.
I think it's an A.
Okay. Ishika's playing a mob with WO. She's opting for the safer route, I believe.
that takes her
That
to
was
90. 94,
So
sorry, 94.
the current standings, Udayan's up by 2 games, right?
That's right, Sam. He's up by 2, and I think his spread is a good 300 points ahead. So Ishika will have to win both these games by 150 plus. She needs to finish second. Yeah.
And the rule is still the 300 is the limit for Gibsonization, or is it reduced or increased any further? If
It's
Ishika wins this game by lesser spread, like what's the minimum spread she needs to maintain?
for a single game. There's no discussion on this the kind of spread that's required, but I'm assuming it should be between 200 to 250. I have a feeling they
Okay.
may end up playing though, if she does win.
Um,
Okay, so if we don't spot the bingo, what's the next?
you can clarify to the C.
That's throwing off all your six floaters, is it? You'd not want to
Hmm.
maybe balance the stack out a bit and hope to bingo on the next one.
I want to get to a decent score as well at this stage, and don't want to let that pressure get to me later.
So I was thinking of something maybe like Fitly, Fitly,
Hmm.
keep ARE.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Quackle agrees with Sherwin. Fitly and Fatly slightly better than Clarify. All three very close. Apart from the bingo, of course.
what's the bingo through? Sorry, but let's see.
It's through the sea.
Through the sea.
C.
A compound word.
Placed in such a way that if it's pluralized, could score a lot
Oh,
for who plays
okay.
the essay.
That was a good clue for that. So good word, good spot. Nice. I don't see Udayan shuffling his tiles at the moment. Is he thinking through all the floaters right now, or is he you think he's locked in on some particular T or an R and thinking through that?
Yeah, I think he might be searching for a bingo. It's a fairly good rack in that sense, quite well balanced, and might
Hmm.
think that you could bingo, but oh, he's
So
going to
if he's
briefly.
opting to play briefly, hmm, nice. For those watching who've not yet spotted, the bingo was fire key to the sea.
That brings Udayan up to 120. Briefly scores just as much as Clarify.
And what a very jungly play by Ishika.
Yeah, there's not much she had. I think she has a C
Hmm.
and a V with that. Oh, she
Yeah,
has a W.
CNW, CNW, yeah.
The right thing to do, go for score. Yeah.
Then
The
keeping the A and now picking up recently, and then I have to speak. Okay, he has bank and he is going to bingo now.
Yeah, it's a good pick for
Anything? Yeah,
it's got quite a few options. Yeah.
is nothing with the S. Is Gardi coming down to the right of a wall?
Ishika on 122 now. Um, Udayan's on 120. So very close.
In, interesting situation where both of them have picked up the blank now, and I'm expecting one to for them to play right now, and I think Ishika will have to take a couple more moves to use hers.
Yeah, Ishika has some tough decisions to make with the rack she's picked.
This move, if I'm seeing, is that a F or a P with her? I can make out.
So if Udayan plays Gadi with Wo, then it blocks Ishika's Wakf, I think.
Sorry, I didn't get you. Gardi, if in
Yeah,
Wux is
if
not blocked. Oh, with Wolf. There's another
yeah,
place to play Wux with the S of Bitsiest. 40 points with
right.
respect,
Yeah.
so she has.
So she's safe.
She is getting her 40 points, it's just that now depends what Udayan does. Apart from Gardi, what is there anything else decent enough to play?
I'm thinking of a line later. Pagareed.
Unagreed. Maybe through the C something is there?
Looks unlikely. Can't spot anything through the sea. I was wondering if Pugger Reed was good, but it's not. I just checked.
Seven. How many? Any nine letter words played this game? This tournament
No,
for you?
this tournament I didn't do any nines. No, but much simpler stuff.
And again, spotted Gardi, and he's playing it.
Patel agrees Gaudi is best. Uh, this is 72 points. Takes him up to 192.
Any other interesting options in that Gardi?
So you're right, there's nothing through the sea. Um, but there's re-guarded, re-argued, a few words like that. Let me just check once more.
Oh, nice. Regarded.
No, re-gauged, re-dark,
Oh, okay.
re-argued.
It's yeah, red
Oh, there.
argue, re-argue. That's right. Yeah.
Seems like Ishika's challenged it.
Oh, right. There'll be 5 more points. 197 to there.
Yeah, but Ishika's this move will allow her to be in within touching distance. So not much of an issue. Plus she holds on to the blank. So good choice. It's a pretty good board as well if you look at it. Big words having to none of no so far no one's played a three letter word yet intentionally. And as expected Vox coming down instantly with 40 points.
Box takes her to 162.
Fairly well balanced racks for again.
I think a layup to the right of Gardi is something that you can play. Yeah, I think the score would be enough. If does it warrant to open up there?
I think layup is a good player. Take the score at this stage. It's almost 40, I think.
It's 45 points.
And he has the S also. So it's quite safe to play that.
But we also know that Ishika will. Can she use that lane?
Yeah, Ishika will be going the next turn too, so it's going to get interesting now.
I don't think so. Ishika can use that line if Udayan opens up at this stage. So if not layup, what else would you recommend? Don't-
About fully sounds like a PULLEY for maybe 30 points.
Hmm.
Though I would prefer keeping the E.
There is another play. It uses the S though and burns the E as well. for close to a similar score as layup.
He's opting to play the safer option, up play. But yeah, at this stage, he doesn't need to open up unnecessarily also. So there is merit in that.
Yeah, but for the score, I think it's worth going with layup.
A play scores 28, then at 225.
He has a
Lay-
60-point lead right now.
Layup would have scored 45. And the third move that I was referring to was Pusley making Omovs.
Nice.
That would have been 40 odd points.
Or maybe Ishika might take the bingo on the double work
With the
through the U.
U, yeah. So do you think even playing Mincers down is not a bad shout? Like Shield Bingo and scores will be level. Manicure, it will open up both sides, so that is also there. Actually,
Sorry, which was the word you said that opens up both sides?
I was saying Manicure, so the U.
Ah, okay. I was thinking of mincers actually.
Oh, okay. Mincers with Omos, right?
Ah, okay. No, mincer doesn't take the S. Sorry, I was referring to MINCEUR blanks, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
so yeah, mincers or manicure. Manicure
Hmm.
gives away a bit much. Yeah.
But I think like that'll be at a 70 score opens up to technically three triples to be used. If the opponent gets one, you get the other kind of situation.
There is an anagram of mincers which seems to fetch more points here in the same spot.
Okay. I don't see it. Shravan, have you got the anagram?
Yeah.
Nice.
A very interesting 9 letter play as well.
Oh,
Oh,
that's nice.
nine
What's
left.
it to? CIO, is it?
So the
No,
IE, I'm guessing.
yeah, the I of briefly and the E of Carline.
Hmm.
Could be medicina.
Yes,
Nice.
fantastic.
Would have never played that though.
Yeah, that
I
is
think you should
pure.
have play Mediciner for the style points.
I don't think I would have spotted that in a real game. Yeah, I think Ishika might go with Crimson on this one.
Udayan also has picked up well, keeping ES. He's picked up GOTPA.
Is Jungliest good? That's a nice extension play for Udayan.
Should be. Junglier is good.
Yeah. So ideally it should be.
So that's really good spot. Hmm. I think it warrants with the score also would be around 40. Throwing ESG is not a bad shot.
I don't think he'll take that decision though at this stage. He might prefer to rack balance, throw dog somewhere, keep seat. Though there's not too many places to bingo also on this board.
Talk to the right of Gadi. Again, opening up. You have all the goodies. Might as well.
Looks like Minsers is coming down for 77, which will make her go up to 239 and take a slender lead.
Board, despite being open, is now seeming shut.
Yeah, I think just about 2 or 3 more lanes remaining. Actually, just two, I guess.
Udayan's highest scoring play is the one suggested one turn earlier, um, which drops the EST.
At this stage, do you think it makes sense to go with junglist if you spot it?
I don't think so. He needs to open up at this stage. And the only two tiles which I think he'll be thinking of right now are the Z and X which can hurt. I don't think so. Bingo right now would either doesn't score enough, or even if you score, you will be opening a lot with that. I think that now the smaller plays will be the clincher for this game.
I think Udayan might play Tong. Considering that Ishika has picked up 7, there's a possibility that she could pick the Z.
Not Gank instead, just for some more score.
No, I think keeping SE80 on this board might be slightly better than keeping the O.
Yeah. Actually, given that only two O's are used and six A's have been used, might make sense to throw an O for right now. Looks like he's planning to play Gate under Mincers. Okay, tough.
Would you consider playing Yug and Dog?
I think if you have to open up, it should be when your opponent has picked up 7 fresh tiles. So that's the least chance they have, I would say, to have a balanced track.
So Tog or Toga in that spot scores best, apart from jungliest.
Very, very interesting if Junglius comes down now. I think when Jungli was played that time, maybe it was seen that yeah, Junglius is available. But then actually spotting that later in a game also gets tricky. Opting to play Gate or get up one of them if he decides. Any reason why he's debating between Geta and Gate?
Nope, no, I'm not too sure if I can understand this play also. So
The only reason I might be thinking is if the Z comes, which is a safer option. If Geta comes, then you have to have the A. But if you play Gate, any of the AEO will help the person with the Z. Opting for Gate.
It goes down for 27, making him go up to 252.
Sam, you couldn't make it to this tournament. So did you guys manage to play yesterday at Dulali?
Unfortunately, not. As couldn't make it to the tournament because of a lot of work, so that flowed into the weekend.
Sad.
Yeah, it's actually nice to have both the national champion Shivan is Indian number one, and Aradhya was just won nationals as well. Nice to have both of
Right.
them here.
Aradhya, are you still in Mumbai or have you moved out?
No, no, I've left. I've left. I've left. I'm in Haridwar.
Okay. So then Dulali will definitely be missing you.
Aradhya is blessing us with his presence right now.
Yeah.
Hriday is the flag bearer for Dulali. I'm sure you guys will end up meeting quite often.
Yeah.
So
Puri.
tough plays here for both of them, I guess. Udayan almost has trioxides
Through the IE.
and the E, almost. Yeah, it's one letter
I
off.
needed to be one to the left. Ishika's rack was year on two without the N, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Or out here.
Like out here, EER. I think she'd want to get rid of a rubbish U, E, and the H somewhere.
maybe play HOE through through briefly.
Was for that.
Another candidate play here was tougher through the G of Jungli. Uh, they scored 5 points lesser, but
That's a cute fit. Yes.
I think
right. That's
Ox will
20.
come. Ox with X should be coming on instantly. Yep. And that
In a way,
officially
kind of
closes the
gives
point.
exactly.
No
It gives Udayan.
jungliest.
Also closes the board, and there's
Hmm.
only maybe one or two lines open right now for Ishika to catch up. What's the score
And
like right now?
so the score is Udain's on 298 and Ishika's on 265. So
This X really helped.
Do we
Excellent.
know what Ishika picked up?
No.
We will all find out together.
She kept RUTE with her. I think the aim will be right now to try to open up the board as much as possible. And I think Udayan will also be happy with picking up the V because it will help him close down the board if needed.
So indeed we see Ishika's tiles in black and white. Very nice.
She's not picked up well. She's picked up OEO after playing HV.
Making it very difficult for her to stay in the game now.
Hmm. You, she's playing OU. Yep.
For 13. Making
So if Udayan wins this game, he gets Gibsonized too, right?
278. Yeah.
Fortunately, the O's are not leaving Ishika right now. She's picked up another O. And then playing Devos to guess it will be to the right of Guardi again. That does block up everything. Oh, he's changed it. What do you think about this move of War?
I think at this stage, I would probably close the one line that's open because that's the only possibility of the opponent catching up. So maybe I would try to block the uplay line. Not
Actually, I
sure.
thought that play of Devos was good. It was very good. Blocked pretty much
Oh,
everything on
Devos
the
was
board.
perfect. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think that would have closed the game.
Retook comes down for a bingo like score.
Oh, very nicely.
Nice. Gets her back into the game, plus opens up the board at stage where I think Udayan was not able to capitalize much apart from ship. What's the current score, sorry?
So now the score is 323 to Udayan and 342 to Ishika. So,
Ishika's taken the lead.
and some of the momentum.
Hmm. That S is really coming to help Udayan at this stage.
She's picked up very well.
Because without that S, I don't think so he had anything decent to play there.
Yeah, he'll take the score at this stage. Which
Ishika also has picked up well after keeping in E. She has picked up a bingo. Don't think it will play. To reiterate the fact, I think now the Z is something that will. I think both players will be wary of it and won't want the Z.
Yeah, this is easy 45-point play with the Z, so
Hmm.
could make it interesting towards the end game.
Even if that above spot above Mensah's gets taken, you still have like to the left of Ho, like in 30 odd points readily available for you.
So then plays ship to get 38 points and move to 361. Tiny lead. Shika sits on
So at
BD
this
for
stage for Ishika, what should the thought process be for her? Try to open up for her bingo, try to score decently and keep a lead which is suitable for a bingo, hope your opponent opens, or what is
No, I don't think the question of the bingo comes up at this stage right now. Now it's more about just
hmm.
scoring. It's too deep into the game and there's not too many openings left for a bingo, so it's all about score at this stage and good end game planning. So Dhyan's gonna have trouble in this next track, so this may be the stage where Ishika can capitalize on
not enough
something.
tiles to change.
How many tiles in the bag? Do we have any idea?
There's 6 tiles in the bag. Z still in there.
So it makes
I
sense
think
to
both.
block Z play at this stage.
But what do you play? Do you play just BE or AV?
Maybe BES.
There's a Z, D, E, I, and an N in the bag.
The most heartbreaking thing would for Ishika would be if she picks up the Z now.
Which is highly probable.
Yeah,
Tends to happen a lot in Scrabble. We all know that.
yeah. Did she pick up the Z or an N? Sorry, I didn't see that.
I saw an E. I'm not
Hmm.
sure about.
The last tiles are either an N or a Z. So,
Just realized there was also banjo that played, opening another line.
nice. And yep, she has the Z. Now for then, what can he play? Not what should he play, what can he play? So what's the score, sorry, right now?
So it's it's 361 to Udayan and 360 to Ishika. So neck and neck.
Couldn't get closer.
Yeah. It's 4 tiles in the bag. Replay.
Pretty unfortunate for Udayan. He's picked no, not too many vowels, so tough end game for him. So right now there's just one tile in the bag, correct?
Yes.
No,
Right now, there's only one tile in the
oh,
bag.
sorry, he's played dad. Yeah, sorry, I missed that turn. And what's the last child in the bag also? Do we know?
I don't know what Ishka has on her rack. Someone could just
She
remind me.
has she had an ANISC and she picked up EZ.
I've gotten wrong. Forgot this.
Uh, Depending on what's in the bag, maybe a play like AMES and Caesar would give Ishika a good finish in the next go.
I think if she keeps one vowel and one consonant, that should be enough, irrespective of whatever she picks up to finish next turn. Yeah, seems she is doing that. Think that's the game. You can call the game there or not? She has picked up the I from the bag.
Yeah, tough end rack for Udayan. What's the score now right now?
It's 394 to Ishika, 378 to them.
With Udayan having multiple finishes, I think. Sorry, Ishika having multiple finishes right now. I don't think so. Udayan can outscore.
And Ishika is on 394, not 390. I think Udayan is at 390 now. With Dan.
Good win for Ishika, and I think uh, with the spread difference being that much, we're still going to play like Udayan and Ishika are still playing, correct?
We'll have to check what the spread difference is at this stage and whether it may make sense to play one more game. They might though. Pretty interesting game actually. I think retook was the defining move here for
She retook control there.
yeah.
Only three triple words were used in the game. good thing about what Ishika was doing was she was continuously scoring. She didn't let the pressure which Udayan was putting through his bingo get to. And every time Udayan bingoed, she had a retort right there ready.
I think a key point
Fine.
was the
Done.
Devo's play,
Hmm.
which have allowed Retok to go down. Maybe.
Good win for Ishika. Now
Yeah,
we'll
Chicago
see if she
scored
is
11 to 390. 1 to 390. Okay.
and after this Madhav was also on the same wins as Ishika, right? Or one below her.
I'm actually not sure. Um, to check chat.
Madhav and Ishika were on the same win. Uh, I think the spread difference is too high right now. It's north of 400. Now, Ishika needs to have the game of a life win by around 230-ish in the next game to claim the second spot from Udayan, which is actually not unheard of. Udayan himself has pulled this off in the past.
Um,
They're also analyzing the games right now. What could have been caught, what could not have been done. And I believe Chauvin has gone there and he's telling them about journalists right now. Yeah, he's analyzing the game for them right there and then.
yeah. That probably means I don't have to send them the Quackle report afterwards. Interesting. Sign Z. Sign Z good.
No, that was the rack, I think, when you were asking what the rack is.
Ah, got it, got it. Sensor.
It's nice to try to debunk what they're saying. This is very intense game of Damshalas right now.
Yeah.
I think we have some time before the next game, correct? Like we'll wait for everyone to finish, decide if they're playing or not.
Yeah, maybe we have some tea also. Uh,
Hmm.
if there's a break for that today, or they want to do that before the final. So, I don't know.
I'm just going to drop off right now. I'll join in just before the game starts. We can discuss anything, the situation and everything.
Oh yeah, yeah. Talk about
Cool?
any. Cool, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final game of the tournament. Is there anyone else on the call as well?
Hi Sam, Chauvin here.
Hey,
Hey, so it's an interesting last game. So Ishika needs to win by 213 points.
9. 2 9.
Yeah.
2 9.
Oh, 2-9 is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that should give her the second spot.
Shika drawing first. Let's see. What are your expectations of this game?
I hope it'll be a neck-to-neck interesting game, like the last one.
Yeah.
A lot of the words that we were discussing in the last game were also contemplated by both players actually. So it was interesting from Udayan's point of view also about why he didn't play Devos.
Hmm. And I think Ishika's got the perfect start. She is going to
Yes,
bingo. Which one does she want to play?
making
Sardine
it
is coming
interesting.
down. Yeah.
Would
So
you
in her
prefer playing Sardine
situation,
this way, or would you want to give the S over a double?
the thing is, that's what I was saying. In her situation where she needs to win by 200 plus, I don't think so. You can afford to play like any sort of defensive move here.
I agree. Yeah, I think considering the scenario, it makes sense to start like that. Yes.
Hmm. I was actually thinking, what if you open a vowel next to the doubles also, double letters.
I think there's a possible bingo here
I
for
can't see
Udayan.
Udayan's full right now.
I think there is. I
There
noted
is,
it.
yeah. Then I think I've seen it. He has an A. It's AIKO. So really nice bingo play here.
Yep, as mentioned by Varish Uncle in chat as well. Akimono.
Nice one, Varish. Yes.
So Shravan, we saw after the last game you going up to the table and telling them about Jungligist and all.
Yeah, I think that was the one they didn't see. Udayan felt that he had a bingo when he missed fire clay, and his Devos play also. The idea was that he didn't want to give a 40-point Z play on the
Uh,
triple.
and then playing okay.
Which is okay.
Yep. Does the game situation affect Udayan's plays also in this particular game, or should he just play his normal game only?
I mean, it depends. At this stage, it could affect a player because you're also thinking of the outcome, right? And
Hmm.
especially when you know that, okay, you have to, if you lose, you have to lose small. So it might change his style of play.
So now for Ishika, a
Would you
dunk or
consider
something?
throwing a dump, yeah, stick style dump, or maybe play something like a dunk,
A dunk
keep
is
our
what
eye?
stood out a bit. So you're still keeping all your floaters open. Keep RI in the good lead.
What about Irakund or Kandiru?
Sorry?
Irakund or Kandiru,
Okay.
that basically throws six tiles.
It just doesn't. The score is not that crazy different.
Yeah, I think a dunk on this turn is a nice balanced play. It's Runic, is it?
Yeah. Should not think of the candy room. Maybe Runic was also a good option. Can think of that.
Yeah, it doesn't take the S also, so it would have been a block ball.
So, Quacker suggested that using the D hook on sardine makes sardined and making dern
Hmm.
might have been uh, better. But Candido and Runic both almost equivalent. And with that, Ishika is on 88 and Udayan on 31.
Hmm. Then it's not picked up well.
He might consider changing on this turn.
Change. Do you play Mui off
Mui
MOI?
for the score. He
Hmm.
might play Mui. I'm sure he might be thinking he'd want to block the board also. So
Does Mui take the S?
no,
No. Then I think Mui is to the left of Candido. Makes a lot of sense. He's opting to play for the slightly higher score. Actually, he's taking score less, 1 point less, keeping the board open.
Brings him up to 52. Ishika's at 88.
Ishika wanted the O to be one tile to the left.
what's the bingo with the O?
Ordinate. That's the racket. Ordinate. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, these are those kind of racks which make it really difficult sometimes to keep scoring
Hmm.
consistently. Single point
Because you
tiles
want
close to
to
bingo.
you want to balance and score at the same time, which is tricky.
Does Udayan have hopeful on his rack?
Hopefully, yeah, he does.
Wow, that's a nice natural.
But is there place for it? No. Ishika deciding to play Dant or not.
Would you want to throw the I also in this scenario if you play I didn't?
Are you recommending I-10 to the top of Mui or to the left of Candido?
Oh, I was thinking to the left of Candido.
Unfortunately, didn't open for Udayan's hopeful. Ishika has picked up 4-9. who plays for the 7, uh, as Udayan spots his bingo. Is there anything for Ishika also?
Um, it doesn't look like there's a bingo that plays for Ishika. Both of them have nice racks. So what do you do in a situation like this, Sam? Do you like the F, the P, or the H? If you have to get rid of any of these
If I
three,
have
which
to, I right now I'm looking at playing Poof of POUF
is Poop still there?
somewhere. Is it not? No, that's POOF, which which was removed. No, Poofy was removed. POOFY.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a little tricky which one is there, which one is not there. I think the last tournament I had certain situations like that where it was we were unsure of it and chose not to play at the end. Turned out to be the correct call.
So Sam, in other news, we just found out
Yes.
that your mom and dad are playing. So who are you supporting?
Yeah, I am not going to comment on this at all. We were just happy throughout the tournament. They didn't play each other. Last game of the tournament they're playing.
So who generally wins when the both of them play?
I don't tend to look at the score. I keep my nose out of it. I think what we should all be doing right now. It'll be interesting if they tie and come.
That's highly unlikely. Right, so I think there's a lot for both the players to think here on this move.
Actually, thinking of it, there's nothing going before the AI. There's nothing after Dan. To the left of Kangaroo also. Don't see a good play. To the R, I'm not seeing something great.
Has Indenter right lined up, which I'm not sure is valid.
I don't think it is.
No, that's not good.
But then is still hopeful that something opens up, even though it's his turn. But what are the choices to play over here? It's literally nothing obvious or anything coming out.
Yeah, I can't even think of a decent dump at this stage.
Would you play Poof through the U of Kangaroo? Keep the U with you.
Not really. I don't like that so much.
Hmm.
But actually, yeah, it's not a bad option.
Get rid of your FP. Make 2 out of the 3 tiles you want. Oh,
Squackle suggests flower, which I think Udan has lined up, keeping HEP.
But would Udayan want to do that in this game? Because there's F in that spot, FIES, FIED.
that's to flip
Interesting. He's
through.
kept the F.
Unfortunately for Ishika, nothing was opened up as well.
Yeah.
What's their score? 51,
On 70.
70.
Vishka's on 104.
Anything to the AI? Do you play
No,
Obtainer? Anything?
no, I don't think. Obtainer is just a good throw of 6 tiles, but maybe advisable to back balance here. I was thinking something on the lines of bout and poke,
Yeah,
but ideally keeping the T might be good in this situation for the Dant hook.
yeah, Danto. She's been just pawned, setting up the E
Setting up
for
the
herself. So, oh, then I think you can take the score with the F or not with the bond using, or do you play a safer option like Jiff or something?
Jif is also fine. Um, Ideally throwing fog on this turn would be good.
Hmm.
Doesn't look like there's a good place to dump those 3 tiles. So. You were suggesting throwing the S with files or something. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. Thing with I don't think Udayan would throw his S
hmm.
at this stage. He might decide to go for a balancing play.
Nishika is threatening a big move.
She is bingo now, come what may. As long as she doesn't phone me.
She will get a big move down next turn.
Actually, it would be best if for her if Udayan plays Jiff. Winters would fit down perfectly. And Udayan
He
is
is going
opting to
with the
play
score.
flies. Yeah. Snurtle should come down. So Ishika has been going. I think this lead will be about 68, 70 points after the bingo.
Oh, there is an insane play.
Okay, help us
Nine letter
out.
play available for
Uh,
Ishika.
9 letter.
Yeah, which is by far her top scoring play as well.
So the AI then.
Yes.
oh, Saint Leo. That sounds
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. Wow. That's through the double double too, is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
94 points. Of course, not still available. Not really too problematic to miss.
Yep. Going for Snurtle.
Interestingly, this actually scores 5 points lesser than the overlap underneath odds.
Nice.
Yeah. So four tile overlap.
In this situation, do you go for the 5 points more or do you go for the triple spot?
Well, I think I'll go for the triple. Oh no,
If
actually, I
you,
mean keep it open. Sorry, I realized that the overlap is scoring more. Is it?
yeah, the
Five
overlap is
points.
yeah.
Uh, Maybe take the score then. Yeah, keep the triple open.
And that takes Ishika to 193 and Udayan at 108 now.
Then is going to play the Jao or something. Do you give the W and open up the triple or no? Or just the J?
Considering he has two Ws, Zhao seems fine. Restes and Oyes, maybe.
Only issue is it blocks stuff. Yeah. Right. You can GRD for that score. I think it's worth it.
Tiz and Riz both available.
Then new player is keep the key just in case fire.
No, I think the HERT synergy is better than the ETH.
Actually, another thing, if we're playing Riz, you still keep that Riza open. Riz, unless you're using a Z, don't think anything's coming.
Another option is Darzi towards the bottom of the board, but that opens up a triple lane. It gets
Actually,
rid
that
of it.
might be a better option for her in the overall situation of the tournament.
It's only 3 points lesser. Opens up a 9 timer game. Keeps
So why
HE.
not? No blanks have been used so far. Open up everything.
Yeah, that's quite a bold play. But with ING, IER, it's a bit too bold, I guess.
So then on 154, so Ishika does have a 40-point lead.
She just needs 150 more now. 160 more, actually. If you just look at Udayan's rack, what will he play next on this board?
He might consider changing.
Change or do you play Avao to the below pro?
Oh, was fine, yeah. Just not very happy with the leave, though.
Yeah. This actually brings you back to the last move also. When you played Jao, would you play just the J of knowing that you're going to change next turn, most likely?
Oh,
Opting to
No, I
play
think
it.
Zhao is still the right play.
Hmm.
Might as well take the score and hope that you pick something
Hmm.
that will give you another 30-point play in the next turn.
Ishika plays Ritz here for 30, taking out to 223.
He is. Udayan is opting to play a vow. I'm not sure if no, Ishika's not picked up that well as well.
There's no five letter child.
Lude is good, right? Lued.
I have not seen that.
No, might be feud. I'm confusing.
or feud.
Udayan has a nice place through the Z.
What's the last style which Udayan has? Sorry. Oh, Sheldon would be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He goes down. Taking Ishika to 237 and then it's at 172.
Would expect the Biznaga to come right now or not. On the other hand, Ishika keeping two E's has picked up two more.
Biznaga is a type of cactus, also spelled with an S.
Hmm.
Those like me who did not know.
So I think a lot of us know this word from the character Sheldon saying Bazinga every time. So we learned Bazinga is not valid, but Biznaga is.
Ah, oh, that way.
Yes,
Same Mangala isn't valid, but Malanga is.
Malanga is. Yes. Is he planning to play either buying or something? Udayan actually has a bingo.
Unplayable, I'm assuming.
He can play the word bingo, it just won't score him enough on the HUI.
And Biznaga goes down, which is
Hmm.
very display for 44 points, taking him to 216.
Because Naga is the best play for him, scores well, and it locks up pretty much that side of the board for anything like through the T or above HA, above or below above, everything kind of pretty much disappears. Seems really tricky for Ishika to somehow manage to get that lead of 200 which she requires.
Yeah.
And her axe tiles are not helping her right now as well.
Stuck with the walls.
Sorry?
Ishika's stuck with a lot of walls. Not really
Yep.
sure if there's a good way to get rid of. Do
And
you consider playing V here? Putting an
V
E.
would yeah, it would be just try to give as much chances to herself as possible. Score 18 and hope to pick up well. Like, it's not a very good leave of OLED.
Yeah.
And if
Well,
you
she
look
has
closely,
Scrabble. Uh, picks up a couple of consonants next turn. There is a chance she may hit that at least.
and to those keen viewers, we had an appearance of Sherwin in both the camera backgrounds as well. Then has picked up the blank by playing six tiles and has a bingo.
Wow. Three is G and O.
I'm not seeing a place for it as of now. I think Ishika right now is debating to play DEE under Snurtle. I'm guessing that's where she's looking at.
Hmm. Your D definitely scores well. It doesn't really open much up for she is to have that massive victory which aims to secure
Hmm.
second place in the tournament. But, what would you do here?
I think VEE would be move I might have gone for as well. Hope for the best.
So Quackle also suggests a play of Eloge, making EW
Hmm.
and hitting the G of Biznaga. Not sure what the end hooks of that are if it takes a D at the end.
Hmm. Good choice. It's DEE. The other thing I was thinking of playing was OGEE with Biznaga.
Yeah, opens up the
Keep
triple triple.
LED. Hmm. It's pretty much like a given that Udayan will be blocking that if he's not been going. But why not? And yeah, Ishka is opting to play Loach.
Eloge goes down for 17. I think DEE.
And Udayan doesn't seem to have a bingo fitting. And I think he's put Ishika on hold at the way with Ishika not drawing tiles at the moment. this stage, I think Udayan's also trying to analyze the risks, because if he's not challenging, you would have to assume that Ishika is opening for herself. She has another S with her, S or blank.
Ishka is provisionally on 254.
Hmm. And
And
courtesy draw has happened. Ishika can technically see the tiles she has drawn, as
I
long as
think,
she keeps it separate. Oh, he's agreed, I think.
yeah, I think he's agreed. Yeah. Yes. Then quickly identifies he doesn't have a bingo here and plays Aiga to go to 237. Ishika is now on 254.
Then doing well also, like getting his 20 odd score, trying to balance his rack as much as possible, getting rid of his 2 out of the 3 A's. Shika hasn't picked up that well. She's picked up to NUVI.
I know the ends picked up extremely well for the
Oh,
second as well.
no, it's not if for the ends window bingo. Which bingo is it then?
Ishika has lined up Humvee on her rack.
I think that's just trying to open up the board as much as possible, but I'm not sure if that would be an ideal play right now. Let us play white. X.
Yeah.
And Udayan with a very tricky situation right now. Which bingo to play? But these situations are actually really difficult to analyze because you have two blanks. It gets a little confusing at times as well. He has placed Antline on his track, and I think he's going to play it quickly under HUI.
And Ishika now on 281, Uday on 287. The lead will change hands after this.
The brilliant thing which Udayan's doing right now is using the blank, like if provided Antline's being played, he's going to place it in such a way that none of the blanks are coming on power space. He's getting his O doubled. He's not all the overlaps are with non-blank tiles.
Yeah.
That's the most optimal play he could play. And I think this should be the nail in the coffin to the hopes of Ishika to come second. But I think she's going to try to win this game and end on a high.
Which is still possible.
Hmm.
Van is on 311. Ishika on 281. So
And I think
still,
she's lined up Yex under Dewey. That's another spot I'm missing.
Yex under Dewey is fine. There is a better play available though, parallel to Bisnaga.
Exene is okay. Keeping CUI.
See, yeah, the leave is ugly, but it does score 9 more points.
Yeah. So the thing is, at this stage, it's not bad to keep the U because that's the only one remaining and the Q is unseen. But we see that Udayan is the one who's picked up the Q. So both of them are hoping for the tile which the other has.
Yeah. Right, so Yex goes down. And there are no eyes left in the bag,
Yep,
so
I was just counting that. So she's done a smart thing. She knows that she has the last tile going under X. Worst case scenario, she should get a 30 odd point play over there.
yeah, that brings Ishika to 321, Udayan at 311. There's a 10 point gap between the two. Is there
I don't
any
think so. Ishika has a play there.
QI goes
Then
down?
throwing his Q away.
Takes him to 320, 332. And
And has picked up a bingo.
assuming that doesn't play.
At the moment, it doesn't, but let's see what Ishika also is planning to do. The A, no, retake versus should not be good. So I think that's not good.
Right. Ishika plays Mug for 21. We'll take her to 342. Still very, very close.
And the E's are not leaving Ishika right now. He's picked up another one.
From our perspective, we can confirm that there's an O in the bag.
Is it the last time?
Yeah, that's the last time. And
Okay. I think then Pester with Elogia should be the game. If is it 342 and 332 is the current score as well? Or is it
yeah,
not good?
that's the correct score.
Then I believe Pester should be enough to see because there's no hotspot or anything on the board. F4C are the only high value tiles which don't seem to score anywhere. And whatever gets picked up, he has at least one or two. But then still has one or two finishes for that.
Yeah.
Just reconfirming there's nothing so the A that is fitting for him. Not just for him actually, I think I'm pretty sure he's checking for Ishika is what Ishika's best players are at the moment. What is Crackle suggesting at this stage?
Um, so again, I'm not sure if I'm using this right because there's a bunch of options here, uh,
Hmm.
few of which are quite
Throwing one tile.
yeah, one tile fishes, something like hap.
Hmm. So what they are also trying is their best play. Like trying to bingo next turn.
Yeah, yeah,
That might just give you a different option.
and of course Pester is there. Pester is likely to win as well. A lot of one-time fishes, which I'm not sure will work out.
Yeah, this stage doesn't warrant that. You don't need to play for the one tile.
Agreed. Yeah, Pester slash Eloges is
Hmm.
best. Another candidate player that was pointed out was preset making Candidoos and Hat. Uh,
Nice.
I'm not sure how much that gives away because there is another E and Ishika will get hate and F for decent amount of points.
So like feet or something would still give Ishika the chance to score. Oh, interesting. Well, then plays well.
Vet. Okay.
That is, I think he must have seen something which Ishika can play for. I'm not really sure the logic behind the move. He's only 8 up at the moment. And
That puts Udayan at 350.
350.
Yeah, that puts Udayan at 350
Hmm.
and Ishika at 342. What can Ishika do here to steal a win?
Yeah, she has to play the triple. I'm still just trying to wrap my, just trying to understand the reasoning for Vet. But
So he
yeah,
plays asset.
but yeah, it's then should finish right now. So it worked for him. Oh, it's pre-sort not good?
Sorry?
Is pre-sort not good? Presort.
Yeah, please sort. Resort is good, yeah. Also, repros
Finish.
in the same spot or pros, proser, ropers.
Case of play reports. Yeah, that's a simpler of it. Yeah, that gives the win.
Yeah, he plays reports to take a narrow win. Then at 366, Ishika at 352. Very close game until the very end. I'm very curious to know what Udain's thinking was behind Vet in the
Yeah,
final turn. We
if
saw some of
someone's over
that.
there, you can ask him.
Yeah. think they're just
So,
playing this out again. Uh,
yeah, if TETE was played, then what would have happened? Just trying to figure that out.
yeah. Right.
Good game by both of them, well played, and a narrow win for them solidifies his second spot. And not sure how the other game also panned out
Yeah.
because I remember correctly, Madhav and Selvin were just a game behind Ishika.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, unless Madhav won by 400, Ishika has also got the third third position.
Right. Congratulations to both
Yeah,
the players. I will take your leave now. I have to
yeah,
head out.
and I'll just leave. Thank you everyone for joining in on this
Yeah.
coverage.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you
everyone.
guys.
All right.
Bye.